Children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Hello, John and Josh.
Hello.
Hi, Michael.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm okay. Who's calling me?
Don't they know you're on the radio?
Apparently they don't.
He said hi to you and John, but not Nick. Hello. Hi, Michael.
Well, I was trying to explain to Matt McMaster the other day when I was explaining to him what I think talk radio should be. I said the producer's basically there to make fun of.
Yes.
Because that's how I was brought up.
Yes.
That's how I was brought up.
Nick?
So,
So
no
you're
offense,
saying
Nick.
anything that happened in the old days is fine because it
Oh,
happened to
heck
you.
yeah. Heck yeah.
Oh,
Heck
interesting.
yeah. Pretty much anything.
Pretty much anything.
I was
now.
telling Josh that I do regret some of the things I did, especially when I used to make fun of mental health issues.
Sure.
When I was younger, and also some other things. And so I regret some stuff, but
Yeah.
I still would have not done anything differently because I didn't know any better.
There you go.
I
Just say,
wouldn't
say
I
you're
didn't know any
sorry.
better. I would not have done any different.
Just say you're sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
What is that? Ignorance isn't a defense of the law.
Is that what they say?
Yeah.
Well,
No,
you
it's
can't-
ignorance is bliss.
Well, you're saying that ignorance is an excuse for breaking the law.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
can't be.
Right. It can't be. They
Yeah.
can't use it. Yeah. But I'm not breaking the law. I'm just talking bad about
No.
people.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
not. That's
Yeah,
not
you can't-
Just
you
talking
can't-
mess, that's all.
You got to be able to make.
Yeah.
If you can't make fun of your producer having to squeeze out a rock out of their part of their body, what can you not make fun of? I mean, that was awesome.
Nick, let's hope that you drank your water so you don't have to deal with kidney stones.
I drink so much water and I barely drink pop.
Yeah.
And I drink tea, I guess. That's the thing that puts me at the most risk, right?
I don't know. Does tea put you at risk for kidney
Why
stones?
would tea put you at risk?
It's a hereditary thing.
Is it really?
I thought it was mostly from just drinking.
But people that don't get it don't get it.
Hmm.
Like
Crap. Somebody in my family had a kidney stone
our,
recently.
our good friend Stacy.
Okay,
Her family.
possible causes include drinking too little water, do that a lot. Exercise, do that a plenty. Obesity, weight loss surgery, or eating food with too much salt or sugar. Now, I do like salt.
Damn it. I love Taco Bell.
But yeah, Stacy's family, they have it. as a
Really?
group. Yeah. I've
Taco
never had
Bell
it.
makes you pass a lot of things.
It does.
I don't know if my dad has ever had a kidney stone. I don't know if that's
should shoot him a
prevalent thing in my
text.
Hey, Dad, you ever pass a stone?
It's important. Those are important questions, Nick. You go to the doctor and they say, hey, do you have a history of blank? I always make sure to ask my parents about things before I go to the doctor.
If I ask my dad that question, he wouldn't actually answer. He'd be like, what the hell?
Wow, that's
Yeah.
tough. My dad would answer. My dad
We have different dads.
It's important to
That's
know your
true.
medical history because when Miles was born, I'm adopted. And so we didn't know where the syndrome came from.
Mm.
And so we had to kind of start doing research, and then I had to get genetic testing and stuff to find out where the TCH came from. And we didn't have the information.
Yeah,
So,
it's very
Yeah,
important.
It's important.
Good to know.
It's very important.
It is.
That was Mike. I want to talk about the conversation you had earlier
Ooh.
regarding the play-by-play.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed
thought-
that segment. That was a
I
fun
thought
one.
there was some very interesting stuff in there. It's the business has changed so much, even in the last 20 years. But as far as what does Nebraska want? I don't think there's any doubt Nebraska would love a homer, which
Right.
is why it was so interesting that Greg was so beloved, because on a homer scale, I'd put him like at a 2.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I mean, he wasn't. I mean, there would be times, where you could tell who he's rooting for, and there's nothing wrong with that. But he certainly wasn't as exuberant as Kent or as Lyle. But yet, he did such a solid job that people kind of, they let some of the other stuff go. Like, hey, he doesn't scream touchdown, or he doesn't do this or do that. But that's what makes this job so interesting. Is it used to be such a big deal. I mean,
Yeah.
I remember when they went to the one network concept. This would have been 1983,
Right.
and how people were like in they were catatonic that, oh my God.
Really?
If KFAB doesn't win, that means we don't have Lyle Bremser anymore. And who are we going to get? And blah, 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 blah.
By that point, he couldn't see, though.
Well, but that hasn't stopped other announcers.
I know.
But
Kevin Harlan.
But it was outside the numbers.
Yeah.
And so you look at it today, and you were talking about, where the game's going to be played at.
Yeah.
That used to be a huge deal. I mean, the politics of that. And I always feared that maybe the Nebraska situation would price itself out of the market. And I'm not familiar with the negotiations, but I just remember going back in the day how expensive it was just to be an affiliate.
And now they're making you pay up front.
Right.
And it's going to surprise. I think it's going to surprise a ton of people when they make the announcement.
Oh, yeah. Who's getting it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're going to surprise.
But the fact that there really isn't any competition.
Right. There's only one choice. Right.
Yeah. The fact that it's, I don't want to say it's being relegated somewhere, but it kind of is because, one side doesn't want to do it anymore. They don't want the inventory.
Right.
The fact that KFAB doesn't want it.
Right.
I mean, it used to be their identifier. It was their thing. And when they lost it back in the day.
Because they lost it, right? When they
lost it to Pinnacle, it was a bad deal. And then they managed, to move on without it. It just goes to show.
And they're happy that they did.
And they're very happy. They're very happy without it. And so it's been fascinating to watch how this whole thing has developed, because if there is a fan base that would still have where the radio would still be a big deal, it would be this one.
Yeah.
It's kind of been de-emphasized in a lot of other places, but because of the passion of the fan base and how many people are engaged, it's kind of surprising that, here we're going through, a radio station change and an announcer change.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Hardly a peep about it. It used to be in the papers all the darn time.
Oh, I saw that. The article about Kent and his contract requests in the newspaper. I still can't believe it. I found that article in our garage.
Really?
That my wife's dad had saved it.
Yeah.
And
Do you still have it?
It might still be in there. I have a whole bunch of stuff that he saved, but I remember reading it going, oh my God. They put his request in the paper.
Well, that was,
look at this.
and that was something that was leaked by the other guy. And there was being on the inside of that back then was crazy.
Well, how much of it, John, what you said, how much of it is the reason that the voice is open is a sad deal? And so I think that's why there hasn't been as much discourse around it. That said, once they announce who it is,
right.
And then once a couple games are under their belt, then people are going to start chiming in. But I think right now, it's only been 3 months, still. I think that there's still some of that with the situation. At least how I'm viewing it.
I agree with that.
But I think, once they announce the station, that's going to be interesting.
As far as, what people want, it was so much different when the radio stations controlled the broadcast. Back in the day when there was 4 Husker stations, or there would be 2 Yankee stations or 3 Iowa stations, or whatever the case may be, that were doing the games, and the radio station decided everything. They could go out and pick whatever announcer they wanted. Now everything's controlled by the schools or by the franchises. Yeah. And so the tendency is, well, we got to have a party guy, got to have a guy that's going to, speak the party line. And it's kind of changed the dynamic. Back in the day, it used to be, certain cities based on who the popular announcer was. That kind of dictated what kind of an announcer they were looking for. Like in LA, you had Vince Scully.
Yep.
So every announcer was kind of a clone of Vince Scully. In Chicago, you had Jack Brickhouse.
Right.
Jack Brickhouse was, completely on the other end of the spectrum, and New York was really interesting because the Yankees had Mel Allen.
Yep.
How about that? The Dodgers had Red Barber, who was down the middle, Vince Scully's mentor.
He was a national guy.
And the Giants, when the Giants were still in New York, had Gus Hodges, who was, Giants win the pennant.
And that was one of 3 calls.
And it was one of 3 calls.
One of 3 calls in the day. That's the one we use, obviously.
Exactly. But how it's interesting from city to city, but it's also different from team to team. And it's all kind of based on who kind of set the bar. And here in Nebraska, Bremser kind of set the bar. And so that's kind of what, everyone kind of expects out of a hometown announcer.
Well, isn't that so much, right? You got to do so much stuff. It's not just calling a game.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, and that's different too. Back then, Bremsa, that's all he did the games, but he was the general manager of the radio station.
Yeah.
Now you are employed by the franchise or by the school.
Right.
And, your responsibilities are completely different.
Yeah, I've never really asked Kevin about it. I'm sure you have. But football season, doing a show, and he was also doing Big Red Wrap-Up and games.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know where he found any of the time. And so that's the part that I keep thinking of with this job.
But he wasn't the only one. There are a lot of people
I know
that were doing that exact same thing.
That's what you're going to have to do the show, and you're going to have to do the games, and I guess some of the ancillary side stuff, and be involved in the pregame show, and be involved in the postgame, and probably the coaches show.
And every time there's an announcement, you're going to be fronting
it. A lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff. Yeah.
It's a lot of stuff. It's going to be interesting, John, to go back to what you just said about how an announcer would kind of set what people expected. I think that it's going to be an outsider that gets this job. And so how that lands, how this person who has to kind of ingratiate themselves with the fan base, and we'll hear this person and figure out what kind of an announcer
Part
they
of
are.
That's Damon's thing.
Yes, for sure.
Part of that's going to be Damon bringing him in and educating him on what everything has happened before.
Yeah.
That's what's hard about coming and walking. Like walking into this market and doing a radio show. I had to learn as much as I could about local so I could sound like I knew what I was talking about,
right?
Which is going back and watching a lot of games and doing a lot of stuff. Now you can just go online and watch everything on YouTube.
Yeah.
You
were like getting DVDs and tapes, right?
I got DVDs sent to me by Jacobson. Jacobson sent them to me. And I had a whole box of them. And I went back and I watched like the Michigan State game with LP.
Oh, 95.
And I watched the inside call from Husker Vision of the first start, Missouri and Tommy Frazier. Like all that stuff he gave me just to go back and watch. So I'd have at least an idea of what was happening.
Yeah. So you had an idea.
Yeah.
I always talk about that with people about being in this job. Like I have this inherent knowledge of the place that I could always fall back on. Whereas if I'd moved somewhere else, I wouldn't have that. You'd have to really dive in about the market.
Yep. And that person that's going to come in has to have that.
Yes.
Because there's so many times where when he's having a conversation in a fundraising environment, or if he's at, he's hosting.
You go to
an
small
event.
town Nebraska, the people are going to ask, I remember Mike Bruce here and all this. I mean, that's going to be difficult. And I feel, certainly it's one of the things you have to adjust to when you get a job like this.
And Greg did. It's not like Greg was from here.
He did.
He did it.
For sure.
He did it. Yeah.
He did. He was able to pull it off, very well until he had really kind of gotten comfortable here.
I wonder when he would say he got comfortable. Like at what point he was like, all right, now I finally feel like I can breathe a little bit,
I think by the time they got to the Big Ten.
You think so?
By the time they got to the Big Ten,
yeah, that he's calling games. That would
those first couple of years was still weird.
Yeah.
Well, and then you're also going through a couple of coaching changes.
Yeah. Well,
very contentious period then.
I know you were there, Michael, but I will never forget being in Manhattan, Kansas for the last game against the Wildcats on that Thursday night, and they're getting ready to bring the Wildcats on the field, and they show the highlights, and it's the Eric, and it's like, this is so weird because he is somewhere in a booth right now wearing a Husker polo about to call the game for them. Meanwhile, they're like, great.
Yeah. Well, everybody had the signs. They had pictures of the head, and they had T-shirts with that thing on. Like, you celebrate a penalty that wasn't called.
They used it in their hype-up video.
Who would celebrate a penalty that wasn't called? No one in their damn right mind would celebrate a penalty.
I think if they won a national championship, it'd be okay.
Yeah. But
as long as they won a national championship, which can't.
What if you won an NFC championship
on one of these maybe bad calls
on a play that wasn't called?
That wasn't called, right? I don't think you guys are walking around with.
At least Nickel Roby-Coleman didn't rip somebody's head off to do it.
It was targeting though.
Yeah, John,
it was targeting.
Should have banned him from the game.
It wasn't targeting.
Should have banned him from the Super Bowl.
I didn't even initially thought it was interference. It's targeting. Go back and watch the play. It's legitimate. What targeting is a call now in the NFL? From where he hit him, the part where he hit him and how he hit him, it's targeting. But you know what? That happens. Sometimes you get a bad call.
Sometimes you do get a bad call.
My first bad call, I remember.
Oh, this is a good topic.
My first bad call that I remember legitimately as a Saints fan and being really upset. They were playing the Vikings, and there was a guy named Tinker Owens who played for the Saints.
Mm-hmm.
Former Sooner.
Yeah. And catches a pass along the sideline going in the end zone, and they called him out of bounds. And even with the bad replay at the time, and it wins the game. Even with the bad replay, you could see it. They called him out. There was nothing you could do about it. And I remember being like 10 thinking, what the hell? There's nothing you can do about this? And they're like, nope, there's nothing you can do about it. That's it. Game's over.
See you later.
Saints lose. I'm like, great. Wonderful.
Wow.
And that was 79. That was one of the 1-in-15 games that season. Yeah, it was bad enough. The first game of that season, by the way, Russell Erksleben the former Texas punter and kicker, who the Saints traded up to draft. The first game, he messes up the snap, and the snap goes over his head. And I believe the Niners recovered it. Maybe the Rams. They recover it, and that's how the Saints lose that first game. And then from there,
all downhill.
It was downhill.
Was that the year they were wearing paper bags?
Oh yeah, that's when the paper bags were
the
first
ancient years.
brought
Yeah,
out.
I made good money that year. Selling paper bags. Oh yeah,
nice.
We go to my grandmother's house on like a Wednesday or Thursday. We'd cut them up, we'd decorate them, Swegman's bags, and then go down there from the game, take the bus down, sell the bags, jump back on the bus, go home, watch the game.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Did they not print a bunch of stuff on their grocery bags?
They had not a lot. All it said on the Swegman's bags was this. It said Swegman's, making groceries Swegman style. On the other side of the bag, there was nothing.
Nothing, really?
Nothing.
Yeah, all of our bags always had I was talking to Josh the other day about, the tornado stuff. They'd put, if it was Christmas, they'd have Christmas stuff on this. And so you couldn't really use our bags if you wanted to wear them over your head. Now, fortunately, Nebraska wasn't that bad where you had to wear a bag over your head. But
maybe lately.
I think that was the first. Wasn't that the first place where people used
it
the
was
bags
the first,
over
yeah. And the crazy part about it, in 78, they sent 4 players to the Pro Bowl. They were 1 game away from making the playoffs. They lost a game to the Falcons on a Hail Mary, Steve Barkowski.
Yeah.
They were actually pretty decent, and everybody thought 79 was going to be a breakout year. And that's the year my dad passes. I moved to New Orleans that year.
So it's your fault.
And it was my fault. Yeah, apparently. And then
Michael
they played absolutely brutal
football.
Who
was the team was it the Jets?
They beat the Jets in the snow in New York.
They beat, yeah.
Yep, they beat him.
I just remember being disappointed, not because I hated the Saints at that time, but just I wanted to see 0-16.
Wow, they were 0-14 when they won that game.
Yeah, they were 0-14.
Holy
that was the win,
crap.
and it had to start snowing for them to win the game.
Yeah,
wow.
That's how we all joked about. Yeah, it was up until that point. I wasn't living here, and it was hard to get information. And my mother, the woman who adopted me, Juanita, she would write me letters about what the Saints did that week for years. She would send me letters. And that's how I knew what was going on with the Saints and what games they won and what games they lost. Because the only thing you ever got a chance to watch was Monday Night Football if Howard Cosell decided to show your highlights.
Right.
Other than that, you didn't see anything. Or the Sports Machine, which we used to get the Sports Machine.
Was that a Saturday night show?
Sunday, wasn't it?
Sunday night show. Sunday.
It was always Sunday night here.
Yeah. And so we'd watch the Sports Machine. But other than that, you never saw your team or couldn't find out unless USA eventually came along USA Today came along. But other than that, you couldn't find information about your team. My mom would write me letters about the Saints.
Isn't it amazing to think about that compared to now? And just
it's nuts.
If you want,
now you can literally get all the information.
Heck, I even remember when I was growing up and in early college, it's like if I wanted to hear anything or read anything about the Cowboys, I just kind of had to hope that a national writer would write about them. And that was kind of it, or on like a national podcast. Now, sometimes I'll listen to local Dallas radio during the season.
Yeah,
all that they're saying.
And remember, we would do segments. Even back when Kevin and I would do segments, and when they were over, they were over. They were gone. They were never going to be heard again. Yeah, unless somebody decided to save them. And so you had good stuff, good interviews with people that just it's gone,
disappeared.
That's so wild
into the ether.
Yeah.
Things have changed.
Well, it's like the story, and the under's going to hit here. No, this isn't the under. But about 9/11 from no, you hear me out. So on the Fan with Mike and the Mad Dog, apparently their 9/11 show is like stuff of legend in a bad way, though, where they're like taking calls and saying stuff about about like a specific type of people, but nobody knows what is true because the tapes don't exist for whatever reason.
So the day of Katrina, of course, I worked at Channel 7, and Kevin was doing research for a game or something, and so he'd heard early in the morning that it wasn't that bad, and then didn't watch anything.
Oh man!
Until we came on.
Oh no!
And I had to tell him, I was like, "No, dude." The levee gave way. It's like there are thousands of people dead, but he didn't, because sometimes you get locked in doing your research and prep that
you're not watching.
Yeah, and he didn't know how bad it had gotten.
Oh no.
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
And you guys barely knew each other at that point. I guess you'd been working together for a year or so.
For a few years.
Yeah.
Oh wow. That was a weird situation though, for sure.
It's weird that we have all these old TV broadcasts preserved, but a bunch of old radio broadcasts like the Mad Dog Show hasn't.
Yeah, it's just that
there are a few. It just depends, because people recorded over a lot of stuff or didn't think to, because back then you were recording on reel-to-reel tapes, and that took up a lot of space when you were trying to archive things, and then people would look and say, "Oh, who needs that old game anymore?"
Yeah,
and they weren't doing anything with it, right? So you just would have these tapes or whatever.
Yeah, the concept of an ESPN Classic or showing classic broadcasts or putting stuff up on YouTube, it was.
You know where it was shown,
no one
John?
thought of that.
You know where it was? Remember watching This Day in Baseball, This Week in Baseball. When you watch This Week in Baseball, they would run some baseball calls off the radio for highlights.
Yes.
And that was obviously stuff that the local affiliate or whatever saved and sent to them so they could run it on This Week in Baseball. But yeah, you didn't hear a lot of that stuff. It wasn't anywhere to be found. My uncle, Ernest, has a whole basement full or side room of just reel-to-reel of stuff that he recorded over the years.
That's
and
incredible.
He saves it. And he's got a reel-to-reel in his living room that when we go there for events, he
awesome.
plays
Oh, my
music off of.
gosh.
See, and I'm glad that I'm in this business, in this area where I am now, because I hate the idea of not being able to archive anything.
Yeah.
Like, I like that I can just archive stuff. I have some of my first radio shows I've ever done when I was in college. I still have those on a burnt CD somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Giants win the pennant call that we talked about a little bit earlier was recorded by a Brooklyn Dodgers fan.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Brooklyn Dodgers fan was because it was such a great rivalry. It still is, Dodgers and Giants, but hated the Giants so much. He's like, oh, I can't wait to hear Russ Hodges cry on the radio. So he recorded it. He recorded it off the radio.
Yeah.
And decided to give it to him. I mean, he would, like anyone else. If that had been me, and if it would have been the Cardinals and the Cubs, I'd have thrown that sucker away.
Burned it.
But he saved it. Russ Hodges paid him like $50 for it or something like that. And it lives to this day. Otherwise, that call would not exist.
That's $500. $50 back then. That's $500 today.
I hear the call all the time when I listen to MLB Radio.
Sure.
The app. They always play that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's up there amongst the most famous.
It's one of the most
Bobby
famous
Thompson
of all
shot
time.
heard around the world, obviously.
Well, not last night, but this week's This Is Us. Or not
Last of Us.
Last of Us.
Yeah.
That thing that they play, that she plays, I don't want to spoilers.
Yeah.
But that was recorded by people. People at home recorded those things.
Yeah.
Every time we had a moon launch or something, they recorded those. And so that's where a lot of the recordings come from.
Yeah. And that's why it has, like, when you watch the video of things, it has like that weird kind of rounded edge because people were recording it off their television.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and that's how
And the
a lot
radio
of
still.
that's how a lot of television stations recorded their stuff anyway. They would shoot a film camera at one of their monitors.
That's wild.
Wow.
And that's how a lot of things were archived. They just recently, it was a few years ago, but the entire Game 7 of the 1960 World Series, when the Pirates won on the walk-off home run by Bill Mazeroski, someone had saved that because they had recorded it for Bing Crosby, who was a part owner of the Pirates. So he could watch it when he got back from whatever trip he was on. Wow. And they finally found those kinescopes, is what they called them. And then they, preserved them. And they're still looking for the first Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's true. That's what I've heard.
They still do not have, and even though 2 networks did it.
2, yep.
We don't have, outside of, a few minutes here and there.
We don't have the whole TV broadcast.
We do not have the entire whole TV broadcast of this first Super Bowl.
I bet it's in somebody's basement somewhere. We just don't know about it.
It probably is.
And somebody has to have
Is it in your uncle's basement?
It may be. I'll have to check.
Yeah.
It's possible.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah,
make a lot of
we
money.
had family on LA, so maybe he was out there. I don't know.
Hey, Michael, before you leave, you listened to the Matt Rule interview on Husker Online, right?
I did, yeah.
Okay, so I have not had a chance to listen to it, but there's a quote going around right now that is getting aggregated, 2 weeks after the fact?
It's been a while, yeah.
So he said, apparently, on college football playoff expansion, the more spots, the better, man. Make that thing 40 and let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Was that sarcastic? Or
he was.
Okay, yes.
He was basically saying that.
It's being shared right now like he was being serious.
No, he was joking. Yeah, he was just joking, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, didn't
Mike Leach
used to always
64.
Let's make it 64. Like everybody,
right.
Yes.
Yeah, but with Leach, you just never know.
It might have been true. Yeah.
No, he was just crazy.
He was just joking around when he said that, which I think most coaches would feel pretty good about getting in if it was 24, if it was 40 or whatever.
I think they'd feel.
I think it would help their contract probably.
Probably,
bonuses.
College football playoff clause. Yeah, for sure.
No, that was fine.
Because this thing is suddenly getting spread all over the internet. And I just want to.
What are they calling him, crazy? Because he's
they're like, Matt Rule wants 40 teams.
Yeah, that's just stupid.
And everyone's just making fun of him. I figured that it was sarcasm.
Yeah. What hat is that you have on?
Mariners. It's a baseball team.
That's a Seattle Mariners hat?
Mm-hmm. It's the new logo.
The 90s.
It's the new logo. Well, it's the new logo, but with the original color scheme. Mm-hmm. Like this is the logo that they went to when Griffey was there, but this is the old school color scheme. Yeah.
When they were a National League team.
They were never a National League.
Were they an American League team? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the Pilots were. I thought they were a National League.
The Pilots are the Brewers now.
Oh, okay.
The Pilots only existed for 1 year.
So it's that logo, but with the original.
Oh, it's the color that throws me off.
Yeah.
It's the color that it's yellow, so that kind of throws me off.
It's that blue and yellow.
That's a really cool hat.
Thank
you,
Nick.
Milwaukee.
Yeah, I got it. I got it at the ballpark.
Josh is a
last
big
year.
Mariners fan. That's why we're playing
Oh.
the game currently that's on.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're playing the White Sox.
What we're watching?
I was
college
being
baseball.
This
I
is
was being
college
sarcastic.
baseball.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I'm not going to turn on baseball or Major League Baseball. You guys can. When I'm gone, you have a good time with the baseball. So.
Damn it, Michael! You don't have to leave. Then we'll have to turn Major League Baseball.
You turn Major League Baseball on.
Can we
What
just
I
talk
understand,
football?
Nick loves Major League Baseball.
Nick
I
loves
do.
all types.
What I
of
understand.
Well,
also
he likes the
love college
Rockies.
baseball.
Let's be clear. He likes the Rockies.
Dude, plus
which-
550, dude. Come on.
Sometimes bad baseball is entertaining to watch. You know?
No, it's usually not.
I bet WNBA last night,
How'd that go?
and it hit.
Nice.
I had Caitlin Clark 25 or more,
Nice.
and Boston with 10 or more rebounds.
Yeah.
And she was sitting at 9 forever,
Oh God.
and she got 2 late rebounds.
Nice.
It was awesome.
Exhilarating is what it sounds
was
like.
really awesome. I was very excited about it. It's not even for me. I was betting the money so I could give it to Miles because he's going on his first trip
Wow.
by himself with his
Oh.
friends. They're going to Chicago
Wow.
for a
Oh.
video game conference thing that's happening in Chicago.
Wow.
So yeah,
Look at you, Dad
Yeah.
of the Year.
I tried it. never will be called Dad of the Year.
You
but I'll
are now. You gambled and you're giving
And I'm gonna
your
give
son
him-
some
Yeah.
I'm
money.
going to give him the money for the trip.
That's
you illegally
incredible.
gambled and gave it. Now are laundering the money through your son.
It was very legal. What
Very
do you mean?
legal,
I went
John.
over to
Gambling's
Iowa.
legal in
I went over
Iowa.
to Iowa and I bet on it. And
Come
I,
on,
okay.
John. Plus, you could go to
Okay.
Horseman's Park and you could do it there too.
I
in
could. I
person.
can't bet on Nebraska games, but I can bet on everything else.
No,
Do
that's
that.
true.
Yeah, but you can't have weed.
I didn't know Boston had a
Oh,
WNBA
think
team.
about that. Huh? No,
You know we-
Boston. That's the name of the player, Aaliyah Boston.
Come
Oh,
on,
She's
John.
the
I
center.
was-
She's
Talk
the center
about
for
her all the
Indiana.
time.
She's
Oh,
the
okay.
Indiana
I didn't
center.
know.
Yeah,
I didn't
John.
know.
She had a huge day. She had like 27 and 12.
Oh wow,
Yeah, she had a big. And then
it's a good double-double.
Clark had like 30, I think. Yeah.
Whenever I hear double-double, I just think about like a fast food order.
Oh, I always think of the gum, double mint.
Oh,
Yeah.
double
Double
mint.
mint. Yeah.
I think of basketball.
You think about that?
Double-double. John, what do you think of when you hear double-double?
Basketball.
There you go.
Basketball. That's
Ryan
his favorite
Kalkbrenner with
sport.
another
Play it
double-double.
all day.
We got
on the
another
court.
game tonight.
Yo, 1990s are back, baby.
Go Knicks. You're rooting against them, right? You probably hate the Knicks.
I don't hate the Knicks.
Really?
No, why would I hate the Knicks?
Because you're a Sixers guy. You hate them.
No, they never
Celtics,
really.
though.
I hate the Boston
Yeah,
Celtics.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
'Cause you're
I
a
don't
good
care.
person.
The Knicks. This is a great series. I can't. Whoever wins, I'll be fine with. I have
Yeah,
no problem
I'm
with
rooting
that.
for the Knicks.
Yeah, Indiana is a fun team to watch. They're loaded. But
Yeah.
the Knicks is. I mean, it's been 30 years since this fan base had something to really cheer about.
I know.
30 some years.
I know. See, maybe that's why I'm rooting for them. There's a kinship.
Yeah.
Big brand.
Yeah,
big
those
brand.
suffering New Yorkers.
Yeah,
I mean, they
suffering
are,
New York
honestly.
Knicks fans,
suffering
Johns.
New
And they're an
Yorkers.
actual New York team that plays in actual New York.
That's right.
So-
Unlike
Yeah.
most of them.
They
To be
are
fair-
suffering.
To be fair, John, New York has gone through a lot.
Yeah. Yes,
Just
John.
kind of in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
John.
that's true. They have to live there.
NYC, which is a great town to live in. I would live in a heartbeat. And I love it. You're just tripping.
You're
Um,
insane. Man,
I love New York. You know I love New York.
I know you
small-town
do,
John
but
over here.
I
Mr.
love New York.
Arca,
No,
Mr.
John's
Alaska.
right, though.
No,
Mister, I wanna
but
go
I
to
love
Alaska
New York.
someday.
I love the food in New York. I like the attitude in New York. I would,
You like
when
the
I was a
atti-
Mets
I'm
fan,
walking to you.
I was as a Mets fan. I would have
Smell of the
obviously
sewers.
going to games. Hey, there's sewer everywhere, buddy.
Pizza wraps.
There's
Not
water
in my
here
town, there's
that's
not.
soft water and smells like eggs. So that doesn't happen in New York.
John, you like your egg water here?
Egg water,
Out of
John.
Fremont.
I don't
Egg
smell
water.
any sewer here.
Nick, you
Yeah.
need to go back to New York as an adult, not a 2-year-old.
No, I do. I
You'd
love
like
New York.
it more now
What
because
I-
so much
you're
to
an
do.
adult. You went when you were how old?
I was 13.
You can't appreciate
But-
New York when you're 13.
I can
Can't
appreciate that
it
it
when
was
you're
too
50.
crowded. There's too many people, and if we're on the top of the Rockefeller Center, I can see the layers of sky where it goes from smog to blue.
Yeah, that didn't really bother me.
hated
The
that.
crowd. I know my sons when we went, that kind of scared them a little bit
The
in
smog?
Times Square. No, in Times Square, the
Oh, the
crowd.
people?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't care about the smog. I lived in LA. So
I don't care
I
about
just
people.
I look at it and I think to myself, if I was going to live in a big city, right?
Yeah.
Where I could do everything, it'd be New York because I hate Chicago.
I was going to say Chicago.
Because I
would be my
hate
pick.
Chicago.
Yeah.
I
I love Chicago.
food, people, everything about Chicago. I hate the teams, everything. So I don't like Chicago, but I'd live in New York. So
Yeah,
I love New York.
Time zone though. I hate these.
Yeah,
These are
the
time-
worst time zone on the planet.
I completely agree, and I lived in the best, which is Mountain.
Oh,
But
so good.
I would say that you get used to it when you live in there.
Yeah, I know.
You just get used to it.
Yeah.
It's,
yeah, you never
I've become
sleep.
a morning person though. I can't.
and I don't sleep. I don't sleep a ton now.
Yeah,
So
you
what's-
don't sleep.
What's the difference?
Yeah, that's
It's not gonna really
true.
hurt me. I
Mhm.
don't sleep now.
Mhm.
So that's why I can watch 27 different shows. I went over that
Yeah,
list.
I know.
It was a
You
lot.
watch
I
so
can't
much
believe
TV.
how many TV I watch. I
It's
watch
awesome.
a lot of TV.
Yeah, that's
I-
great.
I didn't even
Yes.
realize until I started writing it down.
Yeah, you did a top 10 and then a top 10 with your wife.
Yes.
And also
Seven that-
honorable mentions.
Ones I want to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I
incredible.
want to start watching. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which includes season 2. As soon as Chris gets home, Poker Face season 2. We're cracking
We're
that
2
open.
episodes in. We got 2 episodes to get caught up so far.
The season 2?
Yeah, they've had 4 episodes so far. We've watched the first 2.
Can't wait.
We've watched the first
Love
2.
that show. Looking forward to it.
Amazing Daniel. Did someone who grew up in Fremont just complain about the smell of a city? Good God. Maybe that's why.
I'm telling you, but it only smelled like that in Fremont if the wind was coming out of the south. The wind coming out of the north, no problem. But it smells like that in New York all the time.
It does not. First of all, you're thinking and you're making up stuff about an old New York, but it's not that way anymore. It's just not. You know,
it is. It
not
literally
like
is.
that.
Every time I walk out there, it's like,
where do you go? You're around Madison Square Garden. You're in one block, basically, from a hotel.
Not one block.
You're not in Brooklyn.
No, I walk
around.
around.
In the Bronx.
Yeah.
You're not in the island. You're not long. You're not in those places. You're in one little stretch of wherever your hotel is to where the garden is. That's not a definition
smells
of an entire.
that way.
It's not a definition of an entire place.
Pokey Skirt says Fremont stinks of cat food.
Oh, is there Purina there?
Again, when the wind is coming out of the south, it does.
It's better than the worst place to live is when there's a paper mill. Because that is straight poop smell.
Oh, wow.
And they always go, that's the smell of money, son. But it stinks.
You know the smell I like is, and you walk on this trail, but when you walk on the field club
the
trail,
blueberry.
and you go by the bakery, oh my gosh! I remember the first time running, I was like, "What is this?"
That smells amazing.
It
and then
smells
right
awesome.
past that though, it stinks.
Yes,
that
it does.
water,
Yes, it does.
But yeah, that is a great smell.
I don't know. And there's like a sheen on the grass over there of like what the flour that comes out. Good stuff.
Yeah, it is good.
Where I grew up, obviously, a lot of cows, a lot of pigs, like hog confinements.
So you love the smell of New York, then maybe Nick.
Being around smells so often that you can tell the difference between cow poop and pig poop.
Ugh.
That's amazing.
That's bad.
Yeah.
I can do that. That's a skill that I have.
Well, really?
Yes. And chicken poop,
I
too.
believe it.
One of the nastiest smelling places on this planet is El Paso.
Oh.
Because they have all of these dairy farms. And it just flows.
They have dairy
in.
farms there. Really?
It
dairy
just
farms.
poop smell. It's horrible. It's horrible. And then also where Las Cruces too. The smell.
Really?
It's brutal.
Interesting.
I could not deal with that. When we'd go down there for stories, I'd be like, I can't.
And it's always hot too. So it's just
it was very hot.
Oh man.
Very hot, very stinky.
So it just stink there.
Yeah.
My mom still lived on her acreage. There was a guy who built a hog confinement right downwind from the house. He didn't ask anybody. He just did it.
His name, was he the governor?
No.
Oh.
Just some dude. And I wish he would have at least consulted because from then on, it just smelled like pig poop.
Yeah, I've heard
most
stories.
of the time until my mom moved out.
I've heard stories.
Mm.
Yeah. All right. Well, you guys have a wonderful show.
Michael, great seeing you.
Good seeing you guys too.
Hi, Michael.
All right. Bye-bye, guys.
And that is the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. The Grum is coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
Strong, beautiful, and built to last, Lanahaw's oak trees bring timeless charm and cooling shade to any landscape. For a limited time, enjoy 25% off all B&B oak trees and grow something that lasts for generations. Visit Lanahaw's Garden Center today, 192nd and Center.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Hey, we're going to update you on baseball throughout the afternoon.
Baseball.
Yeah.
Josh.
And what else will the NFL vote on today?
I think they're done voting.
All right, are they done?
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to a Wednesday Grum here on 1620thezone.com, 1620 The Zone AM radio, 1620 The Zone TV, which is zonetv.live. By the way, did we get the Twitch thing was not working or something?
No,
I got an alert.
No, yeah. So here, let's go behind the scenes a little bit.
Oh, okay.
If you start one of our streams before the other one is over, it doesn't work. But that's just because the other one is still there. But I have found that it's better to just get the thing going, and then once you shut down the other one, it just switches over automatically. So we are totally good to go. We're on zonetv.live. We're on the 1620 The Zone YouTube page.
What if you just do the thing like they used to do when they would launch the missiles? Is the one guy would put the key in and the next guy would put the key in, and they had to look at each other and they had to sync the key and then hit it at the right time and go click. And then the missile went up, and then the Russians would fire back, and then there would be World War III.
For a few minutes, there was no producer in here because Nick was producing the baseball game and Josh was preparing to produce the baseball game.
The baseball game, you say?
There's a baseball game, John.
Nick, do we have an update?
I don't have a way to do it easily.
He didn't make it.
I didn't make an update open, but also
you don't need an update open. We just need to bring Connor. Where's Connor?
He's on tie line B. You're on tie line A. The other switcher's broken.
What?
Yeah.
Since when?
Does Chris know about this?
This is incredible. I thought we had
I
this.
just noticed that it's broken.
I
don't
thought we
hear
had the
anything on
power.
Highline B either.
I thought we had
Maybe
the
in the
power.
new studio, John. Maybe in the new studio we'll have the power.
Well, I guess I'm just going to have to be the update guy now.
I got an update for you. It's 2-1, John, going into the bottom of the third. Baseball.
Going to say the same thing.
Well, I beat you to it, John. Mr. Baseball.
Man, I thought we were going to have to hear a little bit of Connor today because, people are missing him.
I'm sorry.
I miss Connor.
I can't believe we don't have the flexibility.
Well,
you can't win them all.
You can't win them all. Can you catch them all?
This show
Pokemon.
This show is like the Michigan State right fielder of
Yikes.
shows. Many stupid things.
I'm so happy that I turned over to watch the end of that game. I was like, you know what? Let's watch the last 3 outs of meaningful baseball that Nebraska baseball will have on the season. And then instead, I saw something hilarious happen. I guffawed, John, in my basement. I audibly guffawed at what happened.
It was as Big Ten-y a baseball game as could exist. I mean, Nebraska threw away 3 different times where they basically gave Michigan State a run, and then Michigan State said, "Oh no, we get the last lap," and then boop, look at me, I can catch it here. In fact, here it is from last night. There, Nicholas.
A lot of Husker fans standing down there. That's right to right. Pico to his right, backs up and drops the ball. Here comes the tying run. And this game is alive. And so are the Cornhuskers.
Yeah, just boink. I mean, that's as routine a play as you can get.
It is.
You don't want to boink that.
No.
Just back 2 steps. I mean, that is the make good for the Daniel. Was it Daniel Cherney who mispunted?
It was, John.
Kicked it the wrong way. And
people forget about 2021. Yikes.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
Loss.
There's your make good. Michigan State has just made it even. We're now even.
Even ball game.
Nebraska had a Charles Schwalk-off.
Nice. That's what the title of today's episode is, Nick.
Yep.
Nice.
It's too bad that old what's his name wasn't there to call it last night.
Scott Frost?
No, the Schwalk-off. Who's Carl Ravitch,
Carl Ravitch, yeah.
Who coined the phrase the Charles
Schwalk-off Stadium.
Is he? Do we know if he's coming back?
Of course he is.
In June?
Yeah.
Okay.
He'll be here.
Perfect.
John, can we get a little Charles Schwalk-off from you during the college?
Hell
no.
John, just as like an homage.
Yes, say like no, but John, don't do it in your final call. I don't want you to ruin your final call. But maybe if the game is close, you could openly wonder, could we see a Charles Schwalk-off today?
That's good. And do it with Farron too, because I think that would be fun banter.
Farron would very much enjoy it and maybe make fun of you for it. So we could have a great time.
All right. Well, we'll see if
it's not voice to text.
No, he stopped doing that.
It hasn't
on Monday.
been this week, remember?
Yeah, thanks for paying attention, Nick.
Well,
it hasn't been this week.
I was working on the slice yesterday.
Wow. You were very
What about
busy
Monday?
on the
What's your
slice.
excuse for Monday?
I don't know. I probably wasn't paying attention.
Interesting, Nick. Very
well. We
interesting.
just played the highlight, but it's Big Ten baseball fever.
Wow.
And it's Big East baseball fever.
Wow, we're gonna need some Aleve or Advil or.
It's a 2-1 bottom of the third. Matt Sherman, who homered earlier today, just walked to start the third inning in a game that you can hear on 1180 The Zone. And we would try to bring you little snippets of it today, but apparently we're the Michigan State right fielder of radio shows.
Sad.
Mike Schaefer will join us here in a few from
Nice.
Husker247.com.
Nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Schaefer.
The T-Wolves and the Canes blown away last night. These playoffs are very disappointing. There's no competition anymore.
Oh,
no
would you
good
stop
games.
it?
There isn't.
You're always so whiny about competition and close
Don't
games.
you want competition?
Of course I
Don't
do.
Don't you want Scott Frost games? Don't you want close?
Yes, I do, John, but sometimes you can't help it when one team is the best team. Sometimes this happens in sports. Sadly, I don't like it.
It's like in Formula One.
No,
when
it's
Max
not.
Verstappen was dominant in 2023.
Well, there wasn't much passing in the NBA game. Well, there
was some passing.
I think there was
not,
more
not
passing.
lead changes.
John, I think tonight, you're going to have some close games.
Yeah.
I think you're going to have some close games.
Well, we will see.
Mm.
NFL owners still like pushing the tush.
Nice. The tush pushers.
And you'll be very interested to know which NFL owner specifically still likes to push the tush.
Oh, fun.
We believe we know which teams voted for keeping the tush.
Yeah, there's
push.
been some reporting on it.
Yes. John Metler of Covers.com will join us in the 4 o'clock hour with a little analysis of last night's NBA game and
Nice,
the look
get
ahead
Nick.
to tonight. Maybe even a gambling tip or two.
Ooh.
What crazy dumb thing is the Big Ten and SEC cooked up now?
Uh-oh.
More reporting on the college football playoff.
Are the Big Ten and SEC cooked?
No, they'll be just fine.
There are times where I think the people in those rooms are a little baked.
Nice. A little LSD action, maybe?
Maybe they need to move their meetings to Nebraska where that stuff's not legal and they'd make some sound decisions for once.
Interesting. Even though we voted for it.
Even though we voted
the will
for it
of the people
is being ignored seemingly.
Classic. It happens in every state these days.
Speaking of dumb debates.
Oh, that's exciting.
I love dumb
You
debates.
should participate by sending in your dumb debates to the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620. Use the hashtag dumb debate.
Or on Blue Sky at
Which-
USC 1620 on Blue Sky.
Or you can email us.
Yes, you can do that too.
Hit us
Equitable
up
Bank
on
inbox.
MySpace
No,
or
John,
on
we,
the Facebook.
we don't
John,
have a MySpace.
We don't have a
page.
MySpace.
Nice.
MySpace.
Yeah.
And
MyFace.
do you have access to
That's
our
the
Facebook?
Bill Belichick version of
Oh,
MyFace.
you probably should, Mr. Director. of
I
something.
did, and then I don't anymore.
Or use the Equitable Bank inbox
Wow.
because old man Doug was kind enough to sponsor it, and he takes your banking personally, and he answers the phone on the first ring.
Man, now I kind of want to create a Facebook again. John, you have access to the Facebook. You should go there and see what kind of messages we have from the Friends of the Grum. Or any of the reviews, like 1-star reviews. See, that's the thing that we need to do from our listeners. We need some 5-star ratings and reviews on Apple Pods, and we could read them on the air when they roast us. That sounds really fun.
Oh,
What?
it says our page. You're no.
Have we been banned? Did Michael finally get us banned for all the things
I don't
he
know,
did?
but it's been so long since I've been there
Yeah. that's a
that
bummer.
the last post that shows up.
Yeah? How long ago is it?
Well, the last post should be our Happer show.
By the way,
No.
Illinois is also coming for the sellout streak. That's
On the
a ground
Unsportsman. Oh, yeah, thank you. The
Yeah.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct Facebook page.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
The last post is from July 27th, 2020.
Oh, God.
Oh.
It is a picture and a quote of the picture. It says, listener Jim says, if there are cardboard fans at Nebraska games, this should be the choice. Thoughts?
Oh, and it's
Would
the run the ball guy.
It's run the ball
remember
guy.
this. Wow.
It's run the ball guy.
Remember 2020?
Oh, it looks like, can I read reviews? Oh, no, I can't read reviews. I have to create an account.
On June 16th, where do you read the reviews?
So John, on the main page, there's this
Yeah.
little thing that says 84% recommend, 305 reviews. If you click that, you can get to the page of reviews.
Here we go. Anthony T. Wood recommends Unsportsmanlike Conduct for
Thank
March
you.
the 7th, 2024. Best show in Omaha. 7 exclamation points.
Let's
Oh,
go.
Thank you. I hope you're still listening.
Wow, that's
From
exciting.
Michael Ward from October the 4th, 2019. Recommends Unsportsmanlike Conduct because they are genuine and they care about the future of the Huskers.
Shout out. Look at us.
Oh,
That was before
wait a
my
minute. But from Matt Baker, June 12th, 2019. Man, do I miss Kevin and Michael.
Me too, Matt. Me too.
Michael spelled Micheal.
What? McKeel.
This show was excellent back then. Now all the hosts do is crack crappy jokes and goof around while providing subpar sports talk. Today, they were very seriously reported that the frontrunners for the Nebraska baseball job were Rob Childress and Ed Serves, Serves.
I don't remember this.
And then said it was a joke and laughed about it. Don't report believable fake news, then giggle about it afterwards. It's sophomoric and stupid. Game time is much better. At least those guys are
Nick.
professional.
Jeez, this was like the dying days of game time.
Wow, nothing more professional than Nick Baugh and George.
And then
Whoa,
it
are
says
you
there's a
saying they're unprofessional?
comment.
I'm saying
It
they're
says
both
there's a
goofy.
comment, but I
Wow.
can't click on the comment for some reason.
What? How did they describe the show?
Sophomoric?
No, before that it was
Better when Kevin and Michael were on.
Better.
something about goofy.
We crack crappy jokes and goof around while providing subpar sports talk.
I need to get Cutler to say that.
That's a good idea, Nick.
From Davy Cheese.
That sounds like a real human.
I don't want
He
that kind
doesn't
of cheese.
recommend unsportsmanlike conduct from May 28th, 2018.
Wow.
I actually like the show. However, the show's recent condescending attitude about anyone who disagrees with kneeling during the national anthem was infuriating.
Wait a second, John, did you say 2018? We're still talking about kneeling in 2018? That doesn't sound like us. I thought we stopped in 16. That was a long time ago.
What was the year that happened?
That was 2016. That
Yeah.
was right
Was
before the
it
election.
2016?
Oh,
yeah, it was because we talked about it a little bit on the morning show when I was in college radio.
Yeah, I don't think we were really talking about it anymore in 2018.
Anyway, calling people drama queens, many of whom have risked their lives for this country while you sit in a chair and talk about sports, must take a lot of courage. It does. I'm working with a broken arm.
Yeah, also, I say takes that people disagree with sometimes.
So many people call me names. That takes a lot of courage.
I am pretty neutral on the issue, but know many combat veterans, note, so do I, that are greatly offended by the kneeling. They were not offended by the kneeling. I hope that just as you sit behind a microphone calling them drama queens, that you would also say that to their face when you eventually run into one of them. That being said, I'm done with your show and anyone who sponsors it.
Wait, but at the first, the person said they like our show.
Yeah.
Well, it turned into it, but we actually don't like your show.
It's funny how they say I'm pretty neutral on the issue, but then but I'm going to leave you.
Definitely neutral.
The libertarian of commenters.
Oh, wow.
From Dale Dribble.
Oh, like Gribble.
I call it the Wine and G's show.
I remember this one.
The excuse train stops by for a few hours every day.
Wow. Wine and G's.
From Jack Wicks.
Oh, I know this guy.
Josh Pederson, Pederson.
Got him, Jack.
Is an immature idiot, a bad hire. I stopped listening to that show after 5 years. If loyal listening, he's the worst guy they've ever had on.
By the way, that guy, John, has when was that review?
April the 20th. Oh, April the 20th. Happy birthday.
Oh, and what year?
2016.
2016. So my email only goes back to 2019. But hey, there's an email from Jack, and there's another one. He has been emailing as recently as a few months ago.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So that guy who stopped listening is very much still listening.
Thank you for listening.
I met Jack in person, and he was like, "Look, I'm just doing it as a joke." Ha ha ha. So
it's fun to see all these keyboard warriors.
Jack, it takes a lot of pictures of plants and dogs.
Hey,
I like plants and dogs.
I love dogs. I take pictures of Mr. Banks all the time.
How do you feel about plants?
I don't.
So there you go. In 305 reviews on Facebook.
Thank you, everybody.
84% recommend.
Nice. Let's get some on Apple Pods. Help us out there too.
Now, how do I get back to my page?
I don't know, John.
So leave a comment on our
get back
YouTube
to my page.
Too.
You can leave comments on YouTube's?
Yeah. Not like reviews, but just comment. Just comment
on the
video.
YouTube. Yeah. Like and subscribe.
Like, subscribe.
I mean, people are commenting up a storm right now, Nick.
They are, but like on the other videos too. You know.
Oh, yeah.
That helps the algo.
Yeah,
it helps us.
Yeah, it does. That's very important.
And then we can add more to our community.
That's great. We like the algo. Well, some of us do. John hates it.
John hates the algo. John,
I don't like the algo. The algo doesn't let me play the music I want.
Yeah, but the algo is the reason that I got our YouTube channel up to 4,000 subscribers. And if everybody who watched subscribed, we could double that.
Algo.
Yeah, I'll be able to pay off all my medical bills with all that sweet YouTube money.
Eventually, yeah.
Sorry, I got something in my eye.
I hate when that happens.
I do too. Did I mention the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline?
I don't think you have yet, John.
402-951-1620. If you no longer want to drop a recommendation on the Facebook, please do so on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline because it's a text line too. And while you're there, or actually while you're on the internet at 1620thezone.com, register to win the $100 weekly gift card given away by Prairie Flower Casino. And that reminds us, we still have to come up with a 1620 the casino game for tomorrow.
Our last show of the week.
Because we have those sweet Woodcliff $50 gift vouchers we're giving away as part of the Zone deal this week.
Tight.
That's a great gift.
So anyway, that's what we got coming up. Mike Schaefer's coming up. He's going to be in the green room here very shortly. They have just gone to the fourth inning. It's 2-1 Creighton in the first round of the Big East tournament.
Baseball.
1620 the Zone.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal are coupons valued at $50 on.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Is he joining us via the phone today? He is. Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. Schaefer, what's up?
Not a ton. How are you guys doing today?
Good, man.
Not bad at all. Just enjoying another beautiful spring day here in the heartland. How was vacation?
It was good. It was a staycation, which I don't normally ever do. I had some stuff I needed to get done around the house. Wanted to play a little bit of golf. Didn't want to think about or write about recruiting for a few days. So I took some time off. It was great.
Do you have any takes on recruiting now that you're back?
It doesn't appear Nebraska picked up a commitment in the time of which I was gone, so perhaps staycations don't have the same kind of power that when I seem to leave the state.
Yeah.
So there's that. Looks like they missed out on their number one tight end target. We'll see if they're able, kind of like with Dawson Merritt and Cortez Mills last year. Those were guys that committed elsewhere, and then they were able to get them into the fold later on. We'll see. Camden Jensen kind of surprised, I think, a few people committing to UCLA over the weekend. And that was a guy out of the Denver area that Nebraska, I think, had highlighted as their top sort of tight end target. And that board is looking a little shaky here as we get to June in the official visit period. So that's actually something I will be writing about. So if you'd like to know more about that, you can find it at Husker247.com.
Hell yeah.
By the way, there's supposed to be a 4-star setting to commit. Maybe it's today. Nasir Rankin out of Illinois. Have we heard anything yet from him?
I think Nebraska's a hat on the table. I don't think that they are in the pole position, or at least if they are, I haven't been informed as such from people that I think would probably know over in the Illinois area. So I think he's probably going to be going to Illinois. If I have my info correct, he's really, really good athlete. Nebraska had him in for a few different visits. I don't recall exactly what position they liked him at. He's one of those guys who's just kind of got a unique body type where he could probably play a few different things. But I wouldn't look for Nebraska there. It's been a really kind of unique spring as far as recruiting goes, and very curious what sort of summer we're going to have. I mean, Nebraska have 4 commitments right now. Feels like they have some names that have come off their visit list and are popping up on the visit list, and we'll sort of just see how it all goes for them.
Schaefer, did the offer to Jet happen while you were on your staycation? Have you had a chance to publicly the Alabama offer, that is, obviously not the Nebraska one? Have you had a chance to?
You're breaking some news to me here that I didn't even know that was out there. The Jet Jamal offer happened when I was gone. I didn't have, nor have I taken much of an opportunity to opine on it. I think he's a talented quarterback. I don't think it's a committable offer. I think it's more of a, hey, we're interested if you want to come work out type of thing.
Okay.
We'll see what he chooses to do. Iowa State, I think, has done a really nice job recruiting him and certainly a bunch of players here in the state of Nebraska this year. And so I don't know what he'll end up doing there. I mean, I think that they are looking for a quarterback in this class and sent a few offers out, I believe, the same day that they offered Jet Tamala as well. So we'll see. I haven't talked to, full disclosure, I haven't talked to Jet since that offer. I haven't talked to Jet in a little while, but I think he's a talented quarterback. I was surprised by it because it seems to be at a level where I wouldn't have projected for him, but I also wouldn't have guessed that he would be a 4-star as well in terms of the evaluation rankings. I know from talking to different people, after that offer happened, I'm a little surprised. I mean, there's been a run of really high end, for the state of Nebraska quarterback play. And I think he joins only Zane Flores as a 4-star, as rated by 24/7 Sports. So that was interesting. That's pretty fascinating to me.
What have you, I'm guessing about some of the reaction to it, even though you were trying to be offline. Like Is it understandable? Because I'm guessing a lot of people would also admit, look, I have all these takes, even though I haven't really watched film of a whole lot of high school quarterback prospects for 2026 and beyond.
It's one of those where I think people have to be more okay than ever that Nebraska just isn't going to take kids from Nebraska for the sake of taking kids from Nebraska. They have their quarterback in the 2026 class. I mean, they're not going to take a second one. They're only probably going to take somewhere between 10 and 15 high school players. So they're certainly not going to take two quarterbacks. Dayton Raiola committed in September of last year. I think you can make an argument that Dayton Raiola has as much upside as Jet Tomala. The difference is one of them is playing locally and one of them is playing in Georgia. So I don't think there's a reason for anyone to have overly strong hot takes on it. And like I said, I don't think it's not the same type of offer that he has from Iowa State, where they were, they wanted him and it was a commit as soon as you want to commit type situation. I don't know that he could do that with Alabama. I don't know that it makes sense for people to get bent out of shape over it. Now, if you wanted to have the larger conversation about Nebraska's efforts in state and what it might mean for the future and all of that, sure. But I would also just, like I said, point out, I mean, Nebraska's had Daniel Kalen, Zane Flores, Cole Payton, Heinrich Harburg, now Jet Tomala, and soon Braylon Warren. I mean, these are all guys that had offers to play quarterback in college. The only one that has really played the position so far has been Cole Payton, and even he was a backup to Cam Miller at North Dakota State. Heinrich Harburg had his moments, last year, and then is being moved to tight end. We haven't seen Zane Flores at Oklahoma State. Daniel Kalen left Nebraska to go to Virginia. I just, it's one of those things. Quarterback is an imperfect thing, and so if they weren't absolutely in love with Jet Tomala, and that was the case, they went ahead and they took the commitment from Dayton Raiola, and Nebraska moved forward. I think their quarterback room has shown that they've had a pretty good plan of attack. When you look at Trey Taylor's committed for 2027, TJ Lateef was an Elite 11 quarterback committed and signed and already on campus here. They added Marcos Davila, another highly ranked guy in the 2024 class. So I just don't think there's a reason for people to say anything other than, congrats to Jet and be excited about what's next for him and see what Nebraska does moving forward.
I think a lot of it, and of course this comment could come back to bite me in a few years if Tomala ends up being great and maybe, Raiola doesn't. But in many ways, when you get the commit from the younger Raiola, that is a Nebraska commit. I mean, you're basically recruiting the brother, the quarterback you already have, who's a Nebraska legend or son of a Nebraska legend. So I think some of that can be pushed off to the side. It's just a matter of, bad timing. And this isn't, 1990 when you can go out and recruit 2 or 3 quarterbacks. It's different now because of the way, the position is treated, the way that it is prioritized, and the way now that you have to budget for it in terms of NIL or revenue share.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot that goes into it. And, we don't know what it's going to look like for a TJ Lateef who's a year behind Dylan Raiola. We don't know what it's going to look like for Marcos Davila or for Trey Taylor or for any of these guys. And so I think you have to identify what it is that you want and who you think can help you. Dayton Raiola is a unique situation where his older brother is at Nebraska, and of course his dad was at Nebraska. But I think if you put on the film, you see a guy with a huge arm. I mean, when I watched him in camp, some of it for me is he's just got to play. I mean, he was behind his brother, and so he's kind of getting his opportunity. This past year was his first year as a starting quarterback. I mean, Jet Tomala has been playing, his whole sophomore year, and then he got to play his junior year, and he'll get a chance to try to repeat as a state champion as a senior. So some of it for Dayton Raiola was he needed the opportunity to actually play at Buford, and so he hadn't gotten that because his older brother, who started 13 games for Nebraska last year as a college freshman, was the starter, there at the school the year before. So I think a lot of it is just kind of wanting your cake and eating it too. And, Nebraska's just got to find the best players for themselves, regardless of where a kid comes from. I just think we've kind of jumped the shark a little bit with the in-state recruiting thing. And I think some of it extends from that. And of course, it being Alabama and Kalen DeBoer and some people that have really, really smart offensive people, it makes you stop and think. And then the other thing is Nebraska's offense hasn't been good for a while. And so, we wouldn't even be having these conversations if the offense was scoring 30-some points a game and Dylan looked fantastic and you just sort of gave the benefit of the doubt that you would if Nebraska was rolling. But right now they're not, and so sort of everything gets called into question.
Shafe, I want to go back to something you said a few minutes ago about the summer in terms of recruiting and how it could be pretty interesting. I wonder if you could expand on that in terms of like what you're keeping an eye on and why you might find this one unique. And maybe I'm paraphrasing a little bit there.
I want to be as upfront about this as possible. I haven't talked to anybody in Nebraska about this. I don't know what their strategy is for how or what they try to do in terms of aligning their official visits. But they put all of their eggs in the basket that they could bring in all the recruits that they wanted in June. And June 20th was their big visit weekend. Well, they've already seen multiple guys commit to programs before June 20th, never get them to campus for an official visit. Like, I just wonder if we're going to see them come out of this and maybe have a little bit of a different strategy. You can start having official visits at the beginning of April. And if you want to load up the last 3 weekends before summer starts, I'm sure there's a plan or a strategy there. And obviously in April, you're trying to get through spring ball. And then in May, you're on the road doing evaluations. And so you don't necessarily want to have official visitors during that time. But you also don't want to just expect that you're going to get all of these guys to come in on June 20th or June 13th or June 6th, when the college football world seems to be far ahead of Nebraska when it comes to getting commitments in the 2026 class. Again, they're at 4. I don't know what their overall ranking number is right now. It doesn't really matter that much, but I'm guessing they're like outside of the top 60. So some of it to me is just, I'm curious what the strategy is or what the thought process is for loading all of this up at the end of June. Is it you want the last visit and then the guys go on, the dead period starts or what it is. So we'll see how this plays out. We'll see what the visit weekends look like. There's going to be some names that are added. I think, I don't know how public it is yet, but Nebraska is going to get a defensive lineman coming in June that I don't know that people knew was even on the radar, but nice work by Terry Braden when he was out recruiting this month down in North Carolina. And so that news is still to come. And, it's not like it's all bad, but it just sort of fascinates me that guys that they've identified as big targets in this cycle, going all the way back to Jackson Cantwell, who was their one of one target, and they didn't even make it through January before they themselves took them off the board. You don't get Camden Jensen. You're not going to get some of these other guys, or they've already missed on some different people. I just don't know if this cycle was disrupted because of not knowing what the rules are and how you can spend your NIL. If it's been disrupted because they have a small base that they're really going after because they're not going to take that many players. It's very odd. The feeling, the vibes, everything around recruiting. And then we're going to have this month in June, we're going to have all these visitors come in. And so I'm fascinated how this all plays out. And some of it is college football has changed so much that it's hard to know what's coming next and to be in front on everything. And so I think Nebraska took a very pragmatic approach of we don't want to have to double back and tell people, we promise you this, but we can't do it now because we don't know what the rules are in these situations. Or they may have just simply said, hey, we're not going to earmark that much money for NIL. We're going to put most of our money in the roster of guys who are already here or in the transfer portal. I just think a lot of it is it's hard to analyze everything without seeing sort of where it all is going to go. And when the game is just changing rules in the middle of it. And so would I say that it's going to be interesting? I genuinely have less feel for this upcoming recruiting cycle and visit month of June than I have since they've started doing official visits in the month of June. I just don't. Wow. I don't know where this is all going to go, and I don't mean that to be a bad thing. And just because I don't know something doesn't mean it's a bad thing. And they can still end up with a solid class, but it feels different. There's something about it that just feels off, and I don't know that I feel like Nebraska is going to walk away from this cycle getting a lot of the top guys on their board.
Since we had you on last, Shafe, the win totals came out, and Nebraska's at 7.5. I'm curious, in your mind, what is the swing game? What's the game that might be the decider as far as definitely going over or maybe it stays under?
I look at a game like Minnesota where Nebraska hasn't won it in a few years now, and you're going to go back up there. Like, that's just one of those where right now it's easy for me to consider that a loss for Nebraska, and I don't even think Minnesota is that particularly good for 2025. And so that one feels like it could be. I mean, the obvious one, the most easy answer, the eye-rolling answer is the first game, because it's hard to see Nebraska having the season that they desire if they can't go into Arrowhead and take care of a Big 12 team that is fine, but it isn't a team that I don't think this is, the sort of Cincinnati that is going to make a college football playoff run out of the Big 12. So that feels like a bit of a tenuous game. The Michigan State game, because I just don't know what to make of the Spartans, and we didn't see them last year. I mean, I just think their schedule is sort of full of these kind of games where you can just kind of pick a team, and some of it is I don't have a real feel for Nebraska for what they're going to be. I think that they have a chance to be slightly better than last year. I think the schedule sets up where they can stack a bunch of wins, but they also have to sort of go prove that they're the type of team that you can believe in the first place. So there's a lot of those kind of swing games, and that 7.5 number, if there was ever just a perfect number for the season ahead, like I couldn't feel confident telling you over or under, because I think that number is just right in that line of where they're going to be. And last year I was awash with confidence that they were a team that could go out and win a bunch of football games, because I didn't think the schedule was that good. I thought they were a veteran team. I thought they had a plan that was going to be able to put up points on the board, and I believed in the defense, and they gave games away. And so who's to say that they won't give a game or two away this upcoming year, but also steal a game or two? So it's just that 7.5 is a good number, and it's sort of a tough team. Like, I think you could sense both between the recruiting and coming out of the spring. I just don't have a feel for Nebraska as a program right now in the way that I feel like a lot of my other colleagues feel very strongly one way or the other. And I just find myself in this kind of pattern where it's like, we'll see how it goes, which is the most obnoxious, worst way to be an analyst. So I just wasted everybody's time right there.
It is only May 21st.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask you. Do you think that is something that you think can change in the offseason, barring a catastrophic injury? Or is this something that, whether it's Cincinnati or even like all the way through the Michigan game, perhaps, that you're just going to have to see them before you really start feeling strongly about them in one way or the other?
Yeah, I think it's going to be more of as we get into the season, see how it kind of plays out. I just don't. There's so much I don't have a feel for in terms of, we knew last year they were an old team on defense, and they had the defensive line that you could kind of write in as a strength. And you thought that coming off of the sort of breakout year of 2023, you thought that Isaac Gifford would be, a bit of an eraser for him on the back end. And you kind of had all of these thoughts. They're a much more of an unknown quantity, or whatever word you want to use for it. Unknown product going into 2025, in the sense that they have a few more pieces that you're going to rely on out of the transfer portal. There's some guys that could really stand to take some big jumps that you're sort of hoping on, and Vincent Shavers and Willis McGahee and Keona Davis and Riley Van Poppel. That it's just less of a bankable team, which means two different things. I mean, it could go poorly. It could also mean that there's a lot of guys that I just have a cap on that could really break out all at once. And so suddenly they could have a really good team. It's just that we haven't really been in this spot. They've kind of had a veteran team for a little while. I guess 2023 it was a veteran team, but new staff and some new players in different roles. You didn't know how that was going to look like. But it kind of feels like they've gotten past where a lot of the familiar names are no longer there. And it's a lot of guys that have a lot to prove, and we just don't know who they are yet.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed your staycation. I'm sad to hear that your taste buds died, but
yes, salt and vinegar chip Shafe. This is awesome news.
No,
they're
being held hostage.
Good flavor of chip.
That sounded very convincing. I was very convinced by those words.
Well, I mean, I think for the first time ever over the weekend, I bought a bag of that. Well, it was a canister. I bought the Pringles version of it. But I don't think I'd ever bought that flavor of chip in my life. So I had them the Friday before, and they were good. And it reminded me that the previous experience that I had with them were good. And then I just decided to take the leap.
Nice.
And to bring them into my home and to welcome them into the cupboard. And I pretty much smashed a can of Pringles in like 3 days. So,
well, I hope the rest of the cans of soup revolted and put those Pringles in their place.
Well, Shafe, I know this. The next time we get together for a Wang Nachos, we'll be sure to have a bag of salt and vinegar chips on hand, too.
You guys figure out what Thursday game we're going with?
No, we have not discussed that. We just all need to get together and figure out if it's going to involve one of our teams or if we're just watching ball together as pals.
I don't think we can go wrong either way. The quality of conversation is going to be really high, and
yes,
as long as we're not using my internet, the quality of broadcast should be pretty good too. Can't speak for the quality of officiating, John.
Hey, it was a well officiated game. It really was.
Yeah,
and that play did not factor into the result of the game. I mean, they still would have had to go 98 yards. Well, Shave,
you had the 15-yard penalty.
Yeah, 83 yards, John. They would have had to go 83 yards.
Yeah. They'd have been fine.
Much more manageable.
Much more manageable, yeah.
All right, Shave, well, enjoy the rest of your day and have a good Memorial Week.
Okay, guys. See you later.
Bye, Shave.
There he is, Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. When we come back, we get an update on the Dirty Bid Stealers.
Baseball.
By the way, one of the Dirty Bid Stealers might be St. John's. They are now ahead of Creighton 3-2. They've scored in each of the last 3 innings.
What's happened?
Alabama's ahead of Tennessee right now, too.
Oh, cool. Wow, I don't know what that means.
Well, both those teams are likely going to be in the tournament.
Well, Tennessee's the 8th seed this year. Last year, they were a wagon.
Yes.
John, where is the SEC tournament? Is it still in Hoover?
Hoover.
Alabama.
It's where it's always been. They like it there in old Hoover.
Indeed, they do.
Hooverville. All right, that a little bit on the NBA last night, and still to come.
Oops.
The NFL voting on the tush push.
They had voted exactly how you wanted them. Well, and actually, they didn't vote for one thing, and then they voted in the affirmative for you. I think you should be in a great mood today, John.
Well, we'll talk more about that and more as we continue on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
Everyone, Josh Peterson here for WhatMakesUs.com, brought to you by the Wellbeing Partners. We are closing in on the end of the month, but it is still Mental Health Awareness Month, and you should always be thinking about your mental health and the mental health for others in your life as well. One of the ways that you can help other folks is to just be an ally, to simply listen without judgment. For yourself, variety of ways that you can manage and treat mental health conditions, whether it's getting outside, whether it is going to therapy, perhaps even taking medication. I know that with our audience, many of you men out there are listening, and perhaps this is not something that you have prioritized. Maybe it's the way that you were brought up. Maybe it's the way that you feel like you need to, quote unquote, act like a man. I'm here to tell you, A, how important it is to focus on that, but also B, to talk about it as well, to reduce that stigma that is surrounding mental health that I know so many people feel every single day. And right now you can go to 1620thezone.com and you could submit a photo on how you focus on your well-being as well as practice self-care. Share the story online today at 1620thezone.com. It's whatmakesus.com, brought to you by the Wellbeing Partners.
402-951-1620 on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Welcome back to the Grum. It is still 3-2 in favor of St. John's. Jays with a runner at third, 2 out, bottom of the fifth. You can catch that game over on 1180 The Zone. Quick update on the Dirty Bid Stealers from yesterday. These are the teams that Creighton is competing with for an at-large bid, and the teams they want to lose in their conference tournaments. There were some good results yesterday. Notre Dame lost. So that not only could they have been a bid stealer, but they're also a potential at-large team. So they can't really improve their status anymore. They're done. So they're out. And let's see, Stanford also lost yesterday in the ACC. So a little bit of improvement yesterday. Oh, South Carolina, Missouri. Texas A&M, though, Nick. Rolling. Just rolling like you would have expected them to do.
They're really streaky. It's a streaky team.
Streaky team.
You can't trust them.
More like a goody team, Nick.
Yeah, they beat Mississippi State 9-0. Now they get to play Auburn tomorrow.
Wow.
Auburn tomorrow. By the way, Jays just tied it on a Matt Sherman single.
Wow, so many
His
runs.
second RBI today. You know, we could have had the highlight of that. We could have actually joined little JIP, little join in progress, but apparently we don't have the technology.
John, it's 2025. What makes you think we could do two things at the same time?
I don't know.
Two things at the same time.
I don't know. It's so confusing. I don't know.
Speaking of confusing, Amazing Daniel tweets in, my understanding right that 22 teams voted to ban and 10 voted to keep? Regardless of where you fall on it, it seems like an oddly high threshold. If more than twice as many votes isn't enough to win, or maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Well, I wasn't planning on going there.
Oh, my bad. I apologize.
We can go there if you want.
Well, and that is obviously about the tush push. You have to reach 24 votes. So the threshold is
75%.
Is 75%.
Which is good, because if you're going to make a rule change, it should be ratified by a super majority of teams. It shouldn't just be, a simple majority. Yeah, and that's been the policy for a very long time.
Sure.
So, don't complain about the rules of the game. It was funny, some of the politicking that was going on. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? The Eagles brought Jason Kelsey to the meetings.
I did. I heard
today.
about this. Yes.
Jeffrey Lurie brought
podcaster?
Jason Kelsey.
The very
the
same.
podcaster.
Yeah.
The podcaster. Brought him in
Mm-hmm.
to maybe sway a few votes. The Packers, they did amend the language. So here's how the rule would have been written. It's Article 4, assisting the runner and interlocking interference. No offensive player may push or pull a runner in any direction at any time or lift him to his feet. B, use interlocking interference by grasping a teammate or by using his hands or arms to encircle the body of a teammate in an effort to block an opponent. Or push or throw his body against a teammate to aid him in any attempt to obstruct an opponent or to recover a loose ball. Or D, assist the runner except by individually blocking opponents for him.
Nice.
So
the tush is
they
never
wouldn't allow
mentioned.
you. It wouldn't allow you to keep an opponent from recovering a loose ball.
Yeah, it's probably for the best then that this didn't pass.
I mean, really?
That would have been pretty wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't pass. It doesn't pass. And so
it didn't pass. It fell 2 votes short.
The play lives
way,
on.
They always put on the rule why they wanted to do it and the reason for it. And of course, the first reason is
health, John.
Player safety.
Man, if there's
which
a guy
of course
who
we know
snaps
that
his
the
neck,
we know that the
I'm going to
NFL
tweet at John if that happens.
We know that the NFL has always been about player safety. The NFL has been steadfast. We love and protect our players. Always.
I can't ever tell with you.
That's why all of these CTE suits have long been settled and the families have been taken care of.
There's so much.
No one has been suffering. The NFL has led the charge, Josh Peterson. They are the freedom fighters for protecting people from injury. I just wish they would have been around when I was mowing my lawn 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, don't put the things in the middle of the field. I wish that you would actually give an opinion instead of just being pithily sarcastic about this every single day. Do you not want it banned because you think it's ridiculous to be concerned about injuries? Is it because you think the NFL is just being two-faced? Is it a combination of
yes,
the two?
of course. Listen,
what is the main crux?
If you want to ban it,
yeah.
If you want to ban it because you don't like it, because you don't like that the Eagles are really good at it and they have mastered the art of it, and it always seems like they're in 3rd and 4th and 1.
Triggered. Yes.
Now watch, when this thing eventually does get banned, and it will, I mean, they only have 2 more votes to go. Watch, the Eagles will no longer face any more 3rd and 4th and 1s because it seems like they face more than any other team in the league.
Correct.
But that's beside the point.
Yeah.
The problem I have, yes, it's with the hypocrisy.
So they should get rid of all of the bad plays? Like, what do you want them to do?
Well, first of all, let's talk first things first.
Okay.
Number one, NFL cannot stand on player safety.
Correct.
They are hypocritical.
Yes.
They are hypocritical when it comes to this. So
quick,
any of that conversation I don't want to hear.
So,
but then the other part of it is, Josh, the danger of this play is no worse than any other play on the field. And I would argue that it's probably I wouldn't say more safe, but you're not going to have CTE issues out of this because there's not I don't think
that's what they're worried about, right?
20 yards away.
Aren't they worried about more like neck injuries? It's not so much CTE. It's like a guy getting paralyzed is like the concern here.
I suppose, but
so John, if there's like a research paper,
the problem is that can happen on every play.
Sure.
I just don't like the idea that we're going to legislate the violence out of the NFL. At some point, you cut too close to the bone, and then it ceases to become the sport.
Okay. I just can't tell if it's like, if a doctor comes in or if multiple doctors are like, this play is really dangerous, and we do think it is more dangerous.
But
than
no
other
one
plays.
has. That's
they
the
have,
thing.
though, haven't they?
No, they have not. No one has proven anything. There hasn't been any empirical data from any of the games that. I mean, the most serious injury I can think of was Patrick Mahomes dislocating.
But that
his
wasn't
kneecap.
a tush push. That was just a sneak.
That's what I'm saying. But there hasn't been any injuries on that play.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like when they did all the stuff to change the kickoff.
Yeah.
They had all this data and all this stuff about collisions and all that. So they had data. They have none of this here. It's just it's simply conjecture. If they would actually come out and have some actual data, sure, then I could listen, but nothing has happened. And again, the NFL has no place to be preaching about player safety when they're constantly wanting to add games and add games.
So do you think, and we're now going way past the even discussion, the tush push. Do you think that the NFL is incapable or they should not be allowed to make any decisions on player safety when they're full of it in the myriad of other ways?
Honestly, this is what I would say. I want to hear from the Players Association on this.
Mm-hmm. On this play.
Now, I get it. They don't. The Players Association doesn't vote on rules.
Correct.
The owners vote on the rules.
Yeah.
But I want to hear from the Players Association on this. Right? I mean, they would.
They would
have
the
ones. Ththey're the ones whose members
their,
are most at risk.
Correct. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
From all of this.
Uh-huh.
And I haven't been seeking it out. So if it's out there, and I don't know about it, that's on me. I don't know. I haven't heard many people. The only people I've heard talk about this have been, the pundits and people such as ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't heard like this big conversation among NFL players. I haven't seen anyone, jump on Twitter or, go on shows or go on podcasts, say, yeah, man, I hate this play. It sucks. Yeah. And it shouldn't happen.
And for the record,
I haven't heard that.
As always, when we discuss this, I know that no one's going to take anything I say about it seriously because of the team that is most successful with it and who I root
I'm
for.
curious where you don't like it.
Well, the one thing that I've been super consistent about with this is all my life you were not allowed to push a player forward.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a play very famous in college football. I know that we're talking about the NFL, but the Bush push is very much remembered for something illegal happening, but it not getting called. I've just always been confused about why that is been allowed to happen again. But in terms of,
and I'll be honest with you, I am too. I don't know when it changed. I remember
it's within the last decade, I think.
I remember watching when the '85 Bears sat. I'm not picking on you here, but they were playing Dallas,
nice.
And they were just kicking the crap. They kicked the crap out.
I was going to say they were a good team,
but there was a play where the Bears were penalized for aiding a runner.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
and
correct.
so I'm with you in like it surprised me that it was allowed in the first place. But it never bothered me from the standpoint of, hey, it's a thing, it happens, and if they're going to allow it, they're going to allow it. My response would be other teams get better at it, or get better at stopping it.
Well, yeah, that's the hard part, right? Is the teams that are really good at it, the Eagles, the Bills, for example. What do they have? I mean, good offensive lines, but they have these quarterbacks that are massive. And, there's all the stories, of course, about Jalen Hurts and how much he can squat. And then, Josh Allen is a huge human being. Like, they're going to be able to do something that Tommy DeVito, for example, is not going to be able to do. And then you have other teams like the Chiefs, because of the injury that happened to Mahomes a handful of years ago. They're like, we're never going to call a quarterback sneak again, which is, interesting because it was one time that he got hurt. Maybe it just would have been one weird play. I'll be honest. I'm just so sick and tired of this story. I wish that it would either codify it into the rules forever or don't. Like, I don't want to be doing this every offseason where it's like, is it going to get banned? Is it not going to get banned? Is it going to get banned? Is it not going to get banned?
Josh Peterson here for not talking football.
I just don't want to talk about this stupid rule. Severe says he thinks that they changed that rule in 2013. Okay, I thought so. I thought it was about a decade ago. Yeah.
By the way, the teams, at least according to Florio at Pro Football Talk, multiple reports say that the Ravens, Jets, and Lions were among the no voters.
So real quick, no is voting
to keep it.
Okay.
Because the vote was to approve the Packers'
Yes.
anti-tush-push rule.
Yes.
So there were 10 no votes. Ravens, Patriots, Jets, Titans, Jaguars, Browns, and there was one other team whose owner likes to push the tush. Would you like to guess who that was? An NFL owner who likes to push the tush.
Was it Glory Hole himself?
Smiles and glory.
No, it wasn't him. I know that they voted to ban it. Who?
Bob Kraft.
Very on brand.
Those are the teams that there's two others that are out there because that's only 8. But they've been able to identify. Interesting that only the Lions and the Eagles. Okay, so the Eagles, obviously.
Yeah.
Eagles and Lions are the only NFC teams that they've been able to uncover.
Sounds about right.
Who voted against it.
And apparently the Bills voted for its ban. And Amazing Daniel points out, he says to go back to what you were asking about a few minutes ago, John, the NFLPA rep was for banning it. I think it's really boring. It's not the injury angle. The second best team at the tush push with a higher percentage of first downs on it is the Bills, and they voted to ban it. Why did the Bills vote for the ban? Yeah, it's pretty interesting because they've had success, though they did not on that fourth down play in the AFC Championship game. But they've had success otherwise. No, Mikey Mike's being an idiot in the chat. Pro football is getting hard to watch because they want to vote to ban this play. It's getting hard to watch. Oh my gosh. Not everything has to be an indictment on society.
No, is it going to ruin my issue is twofold.
I was being critical of him, not you.
But it's the hypocrisy of player safety when there's no data that suggests that it's dangerous. And then the other part of it is the reason why it has so much momentum against it is because one team happens to be elite.
If the Browns were the ones that were famous for this play and they sometimes got first downs and they sometimes didn't get first downs, nobody would care. Yes, the Eagles being good at it and the Eagles winning a Super Bowl very much has played a part in this whole discourse over the last few years because of what you said a few minutes ago. Mm-hmm. And that is how it has always seemed like, wow, they find themselves in 3rd and 4th and 1, and they often pick up the first down.
I guess the other part of it that at least makes me a little happy that they didn't pass it is this is what Roger wanted, and Roger didn't get it.
That is funny because remember, they tabled this 2 months ago.
Yes, right? They tabled it because they clearly didn't have the votes.
I think they were
because Roger wanted to lean on people.
Yeah, obviously that didn't work out very well. Though he did get extended, so like they like him enough, but we're not going to totally listen.
Right, but I mean, this is just one rule. But I think part of this is too. Some of these owners are like, "Hey, listen, you might be the commissioner, but." We're
this
your
is our
boss.
Sport, yeah, for sure.
We're your boss. We hire you, okay? So, we're gonna do our own thing. The other thing that was the big thing on the table was the reseeding the playoffs. The Lions took it off the table.
So that says they must have not had the
vote
support.
on it.
Yeah, what did you say yesterday? The odds were minus 800 in that it was not going to pass. So they must have not had any of the votes, and rather than lose, they just decided to take it away.
I was reading, let's see. I want to see if I had this correct. Oh, Ian Rappaport, after that news broke, said, without the necessary support, the Lions' playoff reseeding proposal is off the table, perhaps to be revisited for an 18-game season.
Nice. So when they expand the playoffs, or the season rather, in a few years, which they'll probably do that towards the end of the CBA, then we'll get the playoffs structured in a different way.
By the way, the Jays did take the lead in the 5th with a 3-run inning, but now St. John's is battling back, and it's within a run. 5-4 in the 6th. Creighton, who has been a really good team at limiting walks, has not done that today. Dom Cancelleri, the Big East pitcher of the year, ended up getting pulled after 4 innings, walked 5. And Matt Ackerman came in relief. He walked 3 in an inning in the 3rd, so they've gone to Shea Went out of the bullpen. So, and the stat that I've been keeping track of all year is in games that Creighton wins, they limit their free bases, which includes errors and wild pitches and such. When they limit teams to under 6, they've won most of their games. But when they lose, they usually average double digits, and they're pushing double digits. So hasn't been a clean game today for CU. That game's over on 1180 The Zone. There was one other thing the NFL did real quick, and they did change the onside kick rule. Remember in the Super Bowl when the Chiefs were down by a bazillion points and would probably have onside kicked in the 3rd quarter. They couldn't because of the new NFL kickoff rules.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they have now allowed teams to declare onside kicks at any point during a game if they are trailing.
See, that is where football's gone soft. Allow them to overload on one side of the kickoff again, like in the old days.
But Josh, that's dangerous.
I miss it so much.
That's dangerous.
I miss the NFL kickoffs of my youth. And also, make touchbacks go back to the 20. I'm sick of this 75 yards to go crap. And they're trying to even move it up further. Meanwhile, if a punt goes out of the end zone, you know what they start, Nick? The 20. It doesn't make any sense. Stupid.
Why don't you become the commissioner of the
I'll do it, and I won't even need as much money as Goodell. Just pay me a cool $2 million. Mikey, who said he was leaving, is still here because he seems like a interesting human being. I'm out of here. Too soft. Going to the gym. You see, Josh, you know it's going soft.
Are you telling other dudes about it going soft?
Interesting, Mikey. Got a problem there?
Well, when we continue, we have we just got a little potpourri of stuff, including a little more on NFL and how Run the Ball guy is happy, but also pushback against robo-umps. And you'll never guess why.
Because of AI?
You're close.
Okay, my bad. Sorry, I didn't mean to spoil this.
Guessed why.
Sorry, I didn't mean to spoil the segment, John.
No, you didn't spoil it.
Okay,
you didn't spoil it, but you're close.
Good.
Back after this on 1620 The Zone. Hey, another reminder that the zone deal, which is Friday, is for the Woodcliff. The Woodcliff, which not only has tremendous food, but they have been voted Omaha's best outdoor patio. Great night to look out on the lake, especially when the weather gets warm. They got their Thursday burger specials, Friday's fish special, and you can get two $25 gift vouchers for just $25. That's $50 for only $25.
Whoa!
And we're giving away some of those $50 vouchers tomorrow here on the Grum. But you want to buy those and take advantage of the zone deal? Go to 1620thezone.com Friday morning starting at 9.
That's awesome.
Sick. I would say sick.
You would say you say sick about a lot of stuff, though, Nick.
I think a lot of things are sick.
You do think a lot of things are sick.
The Jays escaped. They're up 5-4 in the 6th.
Wow.
But St. John's has stranded 10 on base. Creighton has only left 2 on base. So when Creighton gets on, they score. When St. John's gets on,
not so much. Not
so much. It's been kind of a sloppy day for the top seed, but they're hanging on for the moment, and we're getting close to Garrett Langrel time. That reminds me that 1620 The Jays podcast will be dropping later tonight. Connor Capisi, the Creighton catcher, will join me, and Josh catches up with a former Blue Jay basketball great.
Yeah, Marcus Zagorowski stopped by. He recently graduated, and fun to hear the story behind that, and also what's next for him as he gets ready to become a grad assistant with Alabama.
So if you want to check that out, the podcast will be dropping later tonight at 1620thezone.com or wherever you download your favorite podcast. Speaking of basketball, story from CJ Moore of The Athletic on the foreign invasion of college basketball. You got all these European stars that are coming over.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of it obviously is money. I mean, the money in college basketball is so large now that it's hard to ignore. There's an agent, and I'm going to destroy his name, so I apologize, but I believe it's Misko Ratinovic. He alone represents 4 players on Illinois' roster. Illinois has signed 4, including a 22-year-old Serbian point guard who was an MVP in his league, which, it's kind of a situation similar to the one with Fedor Zugic. And by the way, Greg McDermott was quoted in this story on a couple of occasions, and we did hear a little bit more about Zugic's situation from the story. And I'll read from this paragraph. It says, the new challenge is how to determine how much college eligibility these players have. The current guide is that a player's year in school is determined by his graduation date, talking about his graduation date from high school.
Okay.
Once a prospect overseas graduates high school, he has a gap year, and then he must start studying as his eligibility clock begins. Creighton's Fedor Zugic, for instance, joined the Jays last year as a 21-year-old and was ruled a college senior because he had more than one gap year due to some commitments with his national team. He has filed for another year of eligibility.
So some of this is the lost in translation of it all in regards to how you go to school over there, secondary school, etc.
Because it's so different over there.
It's very
different.
Because
a lot of yes, there are guys over there who are making money, but there are others who are playing for essentially these club teams, which are owned by professional teams. It's basically like, owning your own feeder system.
Yeah, it's a minor league in a way.
It's like owning your own minor league system. And the other problem is, well, did you actually pay them when they were going through their minor league training? Or, because obviously you do have to house them. You do have to, allow them for food and other things. But it's funny now that we're, living in a world where there's NIL and players are making 6 and 7 figures, that we're now parsing over, how much professional experience or how much someone may have been treated as a professional when they were playing as an 18-year-old over in Europe. So there's a lot of stuff, and you're right, it can be lost in translation. But it was an interesting story because there are a lot of foreign-born players that are now coming over because the money here with NIL is better than what they can get. Coach Mack was quoted. Here was a quote from Brad Underwood from Illinois. He said, name the 5 best players in the NBA and look where they're from. I think that's what will continue to follow the path, the NBA path, and then it trickles down. Greg McDermott said, What would Luka Doncic, have done as an 18-year-old given the opportunities that would be presented to him now? Would he be coming and playing a year of college? Who knows? Because Luka could have been one of these players if he'd have come along, 5 years later.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe, but when he got to the NBA, he was already, I guess, he was 19. So, yeah, I mean,
he could have played a year. Could have played maybe a year.
Man, that's crazy to think about because he came over and he was awesome already as a rookie. He scored 21 points a game as a rookie. So it's like, what would he have done to the college game? He would have absolutely destroyed it. Yeah, that's pretty crazy to think about. Because he was playing, and one of the reasons why people liked him so much, he was playing amongst men, amongst grown men as a teenager, and he was winning the MVP over in that league. Basketball, Nick.
Basketball.
Oh, by the way, I forgot I was going to show you this when we were having the conversation on the tush push.
Oh, yeah? Oh, cool.
It's a mimic of Nick Sirianni holding up the fake headline.
Very cool.
From the Dewey defeats Truman.
He's a
NFL defeats.
Wow, what a guy! I'm so happy for him. So
happy. By the way,
for
you didn't acknowledge it earlier this week. He got a contract extension.
Yeah, congrats. They got fired like 12 months ago, and now they're giving him a contract extension.
Now I know why you really wanted him fired, because you knew this day was coming.
Yeah, this sucks. The worst timeline. The absolute worst timeline.
Well, here's something else, because Run the Ball guy going to be excited to hear about this.
Dude, I'm excited. This is great.
So Nate Tice, who writes for both Yahoo Sports and does some work for NFL Network,
he's awesome,
said as NFL defenses get more exotic and lighter on 3rd and 4th down, lighter meaning they're running a lighter box because they're assuming teams are going to throw, offenses have started to pound the rock and run through the looks and also help themselves on 4th down. 7 of the top 20 rushing rates in the NFL since 2012 on 3rd and 4th down with 3 yards to go, 3 or more yards to go, were by offenses in 24. So again, it's 3rd down or 4th down and 3+ yards to go, which usually is a passing down in the NFL. But since 2012, here are the top 20 teams in terms of their run rate and how 7 of them came last season alone, led by the Eagles, who ran the ball a third of the time on 3rd or 4th with 3 or more yards to go last year. And you can see the other teams, the Colts, the Chargers, the Lions, the Ravens, the Cardinals, and the Rams, also from last year, were among the top 20. So the trend now, teams are going to lighter boxes, getting more exotic, basically daring you to run, and these teams are saying, fine, we're going to run the ball. That's the trend.
How about the team that's the number 1 team is the COVID year Ravens? So that's a Lamar Jackson team that goes to the playoffs. They're running almost 39% of the time.
And oh, by the way, if you notice,
crazy.
Josh, in the top 8,
yeah, they're there a lot.
Ravens, Eagles, Ravens, Eagles, Eagles. Only the Patriots of 2020 are among the top 8. So I mean,
they had Cam Newton that year.
Yeah, but that's the Ravens' MO. That's the Eagles' MO. But some of these other teams that are, in the mix, you wouldn't think, the Chargers. Chargers didn't have a great running game last year.
I didn't think so, yeah.
But yet, there they are. They ran the ball 29% of the time on 3rd and 4th with 3 or plus more yards to go.
Yeah, it's, the through line, of course, for the top 10 is a running quarterback. Lamar Jackson, Cam Newton, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts. The Panthers of 2022, I'm trying to figure out who their quarterback was 3 seasons ago.
Wasn't it still, or wasn't it the redhead, the former Bengals quarterback?
Andy Dalton?
Yeah.
Is that who there was? Yeah, and he's obviously not a running quarterback by any means. The Texans of 2012, that's the Matt Schaub era. The Falcons of 2022, a couple of years ago. I mean, so it's interesting how it's I think the usual suspects, and then it suddenly isn't. Like your Rams last year, I wouldn't consider them one of those types of teams, but they were also really good.
Not with a running quarterback, but they did they loved Kyron Williams in those spots.
Yeah, for sure.
And yeah, that kind of surprised me as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, run the ball guy has got to be a happy camper.
I'm happy. I've told you I'm a run the ball guy now because I like being
getting
different.
old.
No. It is. I like going against the thing that everybody wants to do. I'm a contrarian, Nick.
You know that thing that
with football,
adults would always tell you growing up? It's like, oh, you'll be a conservative when you get older.
Yeah.
This is the football version of that.
Not. No, it's
you
not.
turn into a run the ball guy when you get older.
It is that everybody does one thing, so it's fun to see teams do the opposite. Everyone was throwing, now it's fun to see people running. When people were always running, it was fun to see people throw.
I still like seeing people chuck it half the length of the football field.
I like that too, Nick, but I think there is something to be said in a game where it's about acquiring land, to put your hand in the dirt or in the ground up tires and mash a dude's face in. That's what football's about.
And you wanted the tush push gone.
Yeah, because I don't want somebody to break their neck, John. And when that happens next season,
that can happen. That can happen on any.
I will
play.
not take glee, but I will remind John, look at what you did. Look at what you made me do.
Look at what I did. Look at what the violent game of football
I will
did.
say John wanted this. John wanted this guy to never walk again.
Can't believe you did that, John.
Yep.
I didn't have a vote.
They'll say this one's for John as the player is laying there unconscious.
John broke his wrist, so he's like, I want everybody else to break everything.
John,
I didn't have a vote.
Unreal.
I did not have a vote.
Wow,
You cannot blame me.
Sky writes on our Blue Sky account. John forgetting the name.
We have one of those?
Yes. John, yeah, I keep telling you, we have one at USC 1620. Well, here you go, John, at USC 1620.
I'm on Blue Sky.
Yeah,
My
at
parents
USC
on Blue
1620,
Sky.
the J Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed.
And Blue Sky feed. Sky writes, John forgetting the name of his fellow ginger SMH. Not like there's much representation for him in the league as is. Yeah, how are you going to forget Andy Dalton, John?
Yeah, John, what the hell?
He's one of you.
This is why we should not accept comments from Blue Sky, because obviously the people are bots. They're all bots.
No, this is Sky. I know
Sky is a
Sky.
very real person.
Thank you,
I
Sky.
don't know about that.
Good to see you again, Sky.
I don't know anyone named Sky.
You refer to this person as Husker fan for life, but this is Sky, John. This is Sky.
Jays have tacked on a run. It's 6-4 in the bottom of the sixth.
Wow, the baseball stuff just keeps happening. Huh?
We got Connor's got a game going on over there, man.
I'd love to hear him.
There's people. I would love to hear him too.
Nick, give us some Connor.
Means we have to get rid of John.
Well,
are you willing to make that sacrifice?
No, I like John.
We've got a board with like 16 different options on there.
And
How
yet
did we not bring him up?
They just don't work.
Unreal.
Yep, indeed.
It's like when you get a house and there's a light switch and you flick it and you don't know exactly what it actually does.
Vegas Joe.
John, we should probably go to break. Not to step on your
Are we not?
Yeah, we're pretty far behind.
Oh yeah.
Are we?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
I'm all off on my time.
Yeah,
well, we'll get to that later.
All right, perfect.
We'll be back. Well, the internet's been acting wonky today too.
It's been rough. Yeah,
it's
not
been a weird
great.
day.
Yeah,
all right, we'll be
indeed.
back. Stay right there, 1620 The Zone. But first, if you have not already done so, make sure next time you renew your driving, hunting, or fishing license to check that donor registry box and become an organ and tissue donor today. We had a wonderful example. A great friend of the program wrote us a few months ago talking about a young woman who was an organ and tissue donor and sadly passed away due to a tragic accident. But because she was an organ and tissue donor, her organs were able to save multiple lives of people who needed those organs in transplants, and her tissues were able to be used to impact positively the lives of so many others. Like those people who have gone through cancer need skin grafts, or burn victims need skin grafts. People who've gone through tragic accidents, terrible traumatic accidents, bone grafts, or sports injuries, donated tendons. That's what goes into helping heal up from ACL and other tendon injuries. You can be that donor today, and all it takes is that selfless act of checking that donor registry box next time you renew your driving, hunting, or fishing license. Or to find out more, you can go to goodguysavelives.com. You can find out today how you can save up to 8 lives at goodguysavelives.com. End of the 6th at Prasco Park in Mason, Ohio. Creighton 6, St. John's 4.
Go
Game can be
Jays.
heard on the 1180 The Zone with Connor Happer as we speak. We'll get to that graphic I was going to put up in just a moment, but
nice.
One other addition to the tush-push debate.
Yes.
I think we now know why Bob Kraft voted against banning the tush-push.
Is this another innuendo?
Seth Wickersham filed this.
People call him Shammy.
No.
Towards the end of a speech that lasted close to an hour. Eagles owner Jeffrey Lurie.
His speech lasted an hour?
What is he,
That
Matt
lasted
Rule?
close to an hour.
Oh, my gosh. That's quite the meeting.
Now, of course, this was
like the meeting I had
maybe
earlier
inside
today.
sources. Maybe they were exaggerating just a little bit, but apparently it was a very long speech.
Okay.
Eagles owner Jeffrey Lurie made an off-the-cuff analogy that it was, quote, like a wet dream for a teenage boy to create a play that was so successful that the only way for it to be stopped was for it to be banned. Later in the meeting, NFL Executive Vice President Troy Vincent chastised him for it.
Bob Kraft said, I remember my first. I was a big fan
First of all, it's a room full of adults. Why are you being chastised?
I don't
these guys
understand.
probably have said many worse things in a meeting.
I also don't understand the reference. Like, I'm trying to figure out what's the angle on
Is he
this.
saying it's a good thing?
I mean, they're important, Nick, to have.
Right, but
well, he was saying how excited the Eagles were to have come up with this play that has worked so well.
I mean, wouldn't the better comparison be to like when you actually, go all the way?
Right, because
it's more embarrassing when you got to wash your sheets.
Yeah, then like it's annoying because like you wake up, it's like 3 a.m. You're like,
Wow, speaking from recent experience, Nick.
Not recent. Yes, apparently so.
It's May 19th, and you wake up. You got to do the laundry, but you have to ask your fiance to move so you can do the laundry.
It's just an example.
Yeah,
That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, that does sound like something Rob Kraft would definitely do, though.
So here was the graphic I was going to post.
Great graphic.
Incredible. I love seeing this for the first
time. Vegas Joe sent this to us. He said, Big Ten teams with the most wins since 2020.
Is this in conference? This has to be conference wins, right? Yeah, this is conference wins. Whoops, my bad.
Whoops.
I did that.
Oh, you did a John.
I pulled a John. Yeah, the conference wins since 2020.
Yeah.
Which, like, no offense, but it's stupid to include Oregon on here. What they 49 conference wins. That doesn't. They're not in the Big Ten, no. Anyway, sorry, John. Anyway, keep going.
54 by Ohio State, 50 by Michigan, Penn State 45, Iowa 42. But at the bottom, woof.
Not great, John.
Nebraska with 22, Northwestern 23.
Look at who they're
Purdue
behind.
24. I mean, they're
Look at that.
behind everybody.
They're literally behind everybody.
They're behind everybody.
Imagine being behind Northwestern.
I know.
Yes.
They've lost to Northwestern. They lost to them in 2020. They lost to them in 2022. They lost to them in that. So they lost to them twice. Never mind. It's not as many times as I was expecting it to be. Not great though.
If you
remember that
if
onside
you would have
kick?
flashed this graphic at me 40 years ago, first I would have said, why is Nebraska in the Big Ten? But secondly, that Nebraska would be behind Northwestern in wins of any kind.
Yeah.
Or Purdue.
Or Rutgers.
Or I would have said, what Rutgers? Where's that?
Yeah.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
So
It's crazy.
when they include Washington, Oregon, UCLA,
Those are their Pac-12 wins.
They're
Yes.
Pac-12. Okay, so they're not counting the wins that they had against other Big Ten teams before they joined.
They're saying these are conference, and the graphic is honestly a little screwy because it does not say on here that these are conference wins, but they are because Nebraska's won more than 22 games, right? Okay, now I'm questioning myself. Yes, they've won more than 22 games. They won 3 in 2020. They won 3 in 21, so that gets you to 6. Then they won 4, so that gets you to 10. Oh crap!
No.
John, is this their wins? No way. This can't be true. No, because Ohio State has more than 54. That's 5 seasons.
Isn't it telling that you're confused about this?
This has to be
Because it's blown our brains is what it is.
That's exactly it.
okay. Now I'm gonna real quick while John looks it up. I'm gonna add them up. Okay, so they won 3, and then they won 3 again.
Uh-huh.
So that's 6. And then in 2022, they won 4. So that gets you to 10.
Mm-hmm.
In 2023, they won 5. That gets you to 15. Okay, last year they won 7. It gets you to 22.
I think this graphic's wrong.
Yes. Or Ohio State.
But
wait, you know what though? But COVID screws everything up.
Yes.
Because Ohio State only won 7 games. They've won 7,
Correct.
11, 11, and 14.
So this is total wins.
Oh,
7 and 5 is 12,
gosh.
16, 19.
They've won 22 games.
That's one less than Northwestern.
That is horrible. This graphic is worse by the second.
They lost to the car wash team.
This is awful.
By the way, no one is complimented. I'm still surprised that this hasn't taken off. Maybe
it's
the
because
1980 classic.
You're 100, John.
The 1980 classic.
Why hasn't
Flash
anybody
Gordon.
made this dumb joke with me?
Look, they look identical.
John, I don't
Ryan
get this
Day
reference.
Is Prince Voltan.
I don't even understand what this is.
Flash Gordon is
I don't understand what that is.
Part of the inspiration for Star Wars. George Lucas watched Flash Gordon in 1842, and he's like, "This would be a good space movie."
Guess what? Now you're gonna make me movie club this. You're gonna have to watch Flash Gordon.
Isn't that the one with Queen? Flash.
Yes, Queen does the whole soundtrack.
Oh, that used to be the old Mike Farron
That's
open.
the Mike Farron open.
Farron.
Oh, that's sick.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the old Mike Farron open. That is correct. 22. Wow.
That is impossible. 22
No, it's
wins
not.
over the course.
Oh, it's possible. Oh, it's possible.
Stibbs chiming in. They look identical. Nobody knows who the bleep that guy is. Yeah, John, great reference.
Well, get some perspective. I'm sorry you're not cultured enough to have watched Flash Gordon at some point.
I think I'm just fine. 22 wins. I'm triggered.
22
John,
wins.
I am triggered by this development. I am very triggered.
Well, then I'm taking the graphic down.
Oh, my gosh.
That's true.
Now Severe chiming in. The olds getting together. Flash Gordon in 1980. Great movie. Flash
It's
Gordon,
a
the
great
TV show,
movie.
is what Nick was talking about with Star Wars. That was just one sentence.
It's a great movie. And he does. He looks exactly like Prince Voltan.
Okay.
I mentioned this before we get to John Metler's coming up here at the bottom of the hour.
Oh, nice.
From covers.com on the NBA. But I mentioned the robo-umps because baseball is slowly advancing towards robo-umps.
Mm-hmm.
But there might be a sticking point. This was from a story earlier this week from Ken Rosenthal and Jason Stark of The Athletic. But Corbin Burns of the Arizona Diamondbacks learned something worrisome about the ABS system.
Uh-oh.
Quote, there's a margin for error that I don't think fans realize, that a lot of players didn't realize. So, as the story goes, when Major League Baseball tested ABS, and remember, they did this in the spring, players and fans watched the animation on the scoreboard and assumed they were fully accurate. But the technology, it turns out, is not quite as precise as many assumed. The margin for error that caught Burns' attention means a slight disparity might exist between the exact location of each pitch and where the technology places it. So players are asking league officials about how large that disparity is and whether it raises doubts about the value of using ABS. Now, I want you to listen carefully. Next paragraph.
Okay.
Burns, one of 4 player representatives on the committee, told The Athletic that the margin for error was close to
umpires,
half an inch.
Oh.
A half.
That's big, right?
An inch.
In this case.
In other words, the system could place a pitch that was 1/10 inside the strike zone, 0.4 of an inch outside the strike zone. And because of this margin for error that was close to a half an inch, people are questioning whether or not they can fully go to ABS. Here is a quote.
Brakes.
Here, and it's not analog brakes, it's robo-umps.
I need to make that specification so people
As
know.
Burns put it, quote, if we can't get something we feel is 100% accurate, why even take the job out of a guy's hands who has been doing it for 20 years behind the plate? A, he's not losing his job. We're still going to have home plate umpires.
Yeah.
Remember, the ABS system is only a challenge system. The umpire is still going to be calling balls and strikes. The ABS will only be used if a player or a pitcher decides to challenge the pitch. So it's not like they're being totally replaced. The guy is not losing his job. Secondly, we're talking about a half an inch.
But, John, they wanted 100%. You can't take jobs away for not 100% accuracy.
Half an inch. Right now, you got umpires who are giving 6 inches off the edge of the plate.
John, you want people to lose
jobs? So we're
jobs?
arguing over a half an inch that the technology might be off a half an inch for umpires who are giving 6 inches off the edge of the plate. Nope, we can't change because we got to trust the umpire who might call the ball outside the strike
They're
zone.
trying to keep jobs with humans, John.
But that's my point. The humans are still keeping their jobs. No umpires will lose their jobs. No umpires will lose their jobs because of ABS.
No umpires lost their jobs in the making of this ABS.
No.
Put that on the long-term list.
Because remember,
it's like an idiot.
It's not full ABS. Full ABS is you let the robo-ump call every pitch. But in the way Major League Baseball is going to do it and the way the minor leagues have done it, it's only a challenge system. And you use the ABS only in the event that you challenge. So nobody's losing their jobs.
Okay. Sure sounds like it to me.
How does it sound like it to you?
I don't know. I in all seriousness, I do wonder if the argument that they're going to start making is, you want to give these jobs to robots? We're already losing enough human jobs in society.
Nobody's losing their jobs.
But that's what they're going to say, John. That's what they're going to say.
No one is losing their jobs.
They could,
you still have to have a home plate umpire.
They could eventually, though. Half an inch, man. That's not very much. Or in Nick's case, it's huge.
It's a lot.
It is.
It's too much.
I just find it interesting that the players are arguing over this, or at least this player is arguing over this, when he, as a pitcher, has probably benefited from a generous strike zone that has allowed for several inches of margin on many occasions.
Many times.
But we got to save those jobs. That won't be lost anyway. I want to see this happen.
Yeah?
I want to see ABS happen.
It'd be nice.
I like it.
Yeah. Because it's mostly correct.
But now we're quibbling over half inches.
Yeah, we certainly are. What's the phrase, John? Don't let perfection be the enemy of good?
Yes.
It's
I believe that is
the
correct.
motion of the ocean.
No, not that, Nick.
Oh.
Stop focusing on the inch sizes.
We have another update
on the Creighton game.
I mean, I can give you one if you'd like. It's these teams just won't stop scoring. It's now 6-5 Creighton in the 7th, and St. John's is threatening again.
Wow.
St. John's has now scored in 5 straight innings, 1 run in each of the last 5 innings.
I need Creighton to win.
Why?
It makes my job easier.
Oh, yes. For tomorrow, it would be a huge pain in the keister.
Oh,
if
Friday, it would also be a huge pain in the keister.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it'd be tomorrow especially. Yeah. All right. Go Jays. People are saying.
The other update. Oh, the morons in the room. We have more updates on the
John. Yes,
possible
you're always
playoff format.
You're always triggered. It's my turn. It's time to hand me the triggered baton. Some of this crap is just ridiculous.
And don't miss your chance to win $5,000 in the Mo Money giveaway. Enter
Nice.
now at 1620thezone.com with Saul's Jewelry and Loan and 1620 The Zone. Still to come, we're going to chit-chat with John Metler of Covers.com on the NBA playoffs. Last night, the T-Wolves got run off the floor by Oklahoma City. You tweeted something last night. You're triggered by SGA.
Oh, my gosh, John. The way he draws contact and just leans into contact. Like some people would say he flops.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would go that far. I mean, if somebody wants to say that, that's totally fine, I guess. I just don't like how his game is very much predicated on drawing contact. And look, like it's within his right? Like that's the rule. He's taking advantage of the rules. But
sure it is.
There was a play. I saw a screenshot where he wasn't being touched, but he was like, ah! And the refs called a foul. And so it's like, if you're going to be good and draw free, get free throws, you're going to have to do some acting in there. But it's like, I just don't like that. I don't like when a player is, he's really good. He won the MVP. We finally learned today that he won the MVP. We had been wondering, when they were going to announce that. Not a surprise. He's a great player. I just don't like that style of basketball. And like, I came to the realization last night because they're really good and they're really young that this team is going to be in these spots a lot. Like, if you don't like this style, get ready because they're going to be in the mix every single year moving forward. Every single year.
Yeah, it's one of those things about basketball that you hate it.
Yes.
I don't. It's already a sport where the officials have so much work to do. Look at me. I'm going to defend officials here.
Nice.
But it's already a difficult sport to officiate because it's constant motion. It's usually fast motion. There's physicality. How much do you allow? How much don't you allow? And then you've got these players, savvy as they are, who are snapping their head every time someone gets close to them or, kick out their lead foot on a three, which is not part of their natural shot in most cases, but to try to draw a foul and get three free throws or a 4-point play. And it drives you nuts.
Yep.
And it's the problem is it's hard to legislate that out because about the only way you could do it is, hey, someone flops, you give them a T, you give them a technical foul.
Correct.
Say, no, you don't do that. But then it's one of those, you're adding another layer of judgment call.
Correct.
In a sport that already has a slew of judgment calls. And I guess the only other response that you can do as an official is just ignore it.
Mm-hmm.
And just, not call it and then let the offensive player harumph when, but, and I know a lot of officials do that because they're trying not to be influenced by something like that. But yeah, it's one of those things when you watch it, you're just like, okay, come on. Really?
Yeah, for sure. And he had that, multiple spots last night during one of the moments where they were going to a break. I think it was Breen mentioned, SGA averaged 9 free throws per game in the regular season. I can't remember if he led the NBA, but he certainly, was near the top. And you look at last night as I'm pulling up his numbers right now, he got to the free throw line a ton in this game. And so, that's just how it's going to be. 14 free throws. He made 11 of them. He was only 10 of 27 in this one, which was his worst game from the field since the game 3 loss rather to the Nuggets. But because he's able to get to the free throw line so much, I mean, you look at it, John, in last round, 9, 11, 6, 12, 5, 11, 9, first round, 13, 9, 4, 7, so he's going to be leaning into that a ton, whether it's this series or probably in the NBA finals. And so again, it is what it is. It's just kind of frustrating and, they were going to blow him off the floor. So I just don't want this to come across as sour grapes because I don't really care. If the T-Wolves win, cool. If Oklahoma City wins, cool. I don't really honestly have a dog in the fight. I think for a better NBA finals, I think the Timberwolves winning would be better, mainly because I just think that Oklahoma City is really, really good when they get rolling like they did last night or like they did in Game 7. But it doesn't, I'm not bothered by the Thunder winning the series overall.
Sadly, my prediction of I think these two series will have really good games. Obviously, we're one game in and it didn't go too well.
Yeah. I think tonight has a chance to be a whole lot better. And I know I said this earlier, but I think that these two teams are more evenly matched than the teams in the Western Conference are. And so I think that this series has a chance to be better. I think I picked the Pacers to win in 7. I think so starting in New York, I think is for someone like me who thinks they're going to win, I think maybe will allow for the series to also be closer, at least tonight, where I think the slightly better team is on the road. So I think this series is going to be really good. I think the West could have some good games, but it also wouldn't shock me if we look up, 2 or 3 times and the Thunder have won by 20 points, just because I want to talk about this with John in a few moments, but the live ball turnovers that they are able to get is ridiculous. They are going for steals. And, sometimes it's going to come back to bite them with a foul, or they're going to miss it and maybe allow for an open layup. But other times they get them and then they race down the floor and they lay them in. I mean, gosh, the amount of times that happened last night and certainly in Game 7, it's what blew both games open was the Thunder on the defensive end.
One other stat, the T-Wolves had been averaging over 50 points in the paint in the playoffs and had scored 72 against the Warriors when they closed out Game 5. They only had 20 paint points last night against Oklahoma City, and they did it without the double big front court. Hartenstein and Holmgren only played 8 minutes together last night, so they did it with not overloading with a big lineup. So, and then Minnesota, who shot it pretty well in the first quarter, were trash the rest of the way. They went 10 for their last 40 from 3. So if you can't score inside and you can't score outside, you can't score.
No. Yeah. Wow, that's incredible.
So,
fewer than 30 points. That's nuts. And in a game like we saw in Game 7 that at times was close early, and it's like, wow, this is, this could be another good game. And then the Thunder just get on a roll. And it's also playing in front of that crowd, man. Like it is the one of the few NBA crowds that, I mean, certainly everyone's compared it to a college crowd because it's in a college state, but there's just something about it when it gets rolling where you think it can affect professionals. And I don't really think that there are a ton of arenas like that in the NBA, but that place is like that, where the Eastern Finals are going to start, and honestly, where it's going to be the whole series. I think both New York and in Indianapolis, I think that can happen there. But man, when they get rolling, that crowd is just, they're wearing the same color, and it is just deafening at times. Absolutely deafening.
Yeah, we went there, and this was several years ago when Creighton was playing at Oklahoma, and the Thunder were in town. And of course, Grant Gibbs, former Blue Jay, is part of the Oklahoma City staff. And so at the time he was working for the G League team. So we were able to meet up with him, and we went to the game, and it was just a, early season, regular season game, but I was impressed by, cause usually at NBA games, you don't expect regular season crowds to have a whole lot of atmosphere. And it does. It's a really unique situation that they have. And certainly from an atmosphere perspective, an Oklahoma City, New York Thunder or New York finals would be amazing. And we'll find out if that's what we get. Of course, Game 1 in the East tonight. We'll talk with Josh from Covers here in just a little bit, but wanted to mention this in the NHL. Carolina lost last night. Florida won Game 1. The Hurricanes have now lost their last 13 conference finals games dating back to 2009. They got swept by Pittsburgh in 2009. They got swept by Boston in 2016. They got swept by Florida 2 years ago, and now they're down 0-1. They've not won a conference final game in their last 13 attempts. Wow.
That's rough, buddy.
They should change their name back to the Hartford Whalers.
Nice. God, that's a lot of losses in a row.
That is a lot of
losses. Did the Twins have some streak like that too?
Yeah, they had a playoff losing streak.
Yeah.
I don't remember how I want to say it got in the did it get in the 20s?
It got very, very high.
That's very rough.
Not great.
Twins playoff.
It was a lot. It wasn't a lot of them to the Yankees.
18.
Yikes. Big yikes, Nick.
It ended in the 2023 Wild Card Series against Toronto. 18-game playoff losing streak that dated from 2004 to 2023.
Wow. That's nuts.
Wowzers.
Wowzers indeed, Nick.
Wowzers indeed.
Mm.
Real quick before we get to our guest, Headley wants to know, he needs some help. He says, I'm going to my first Cubs game at Wrigley in a few weeks, staying a couple of blocks away. What do I do?
I got a place to recommend over there.
there's a lot of good places over there. I would suggest hopping around to a lot of different places. There's a lot of good places on Clark Street. Many of them have opened recently. I would definitely hit up the Murphy's Bleachers, which is right behind the center field scoreboard.
Mm-hmm. Headley added, by the way, it's a night game for the Cubs.
Oh, perfect. You get to the neighborhood, it depends on what time you're in town, but, I'd go like 2-3 o'clock. I'd just go bar hopping.
Yeah. If Stibbs, if he is still with us from the grave, if he's listening, he always recommends Au Cheval to people. There is a different version of the same restaurant called Small Cheval there. I would call it less pretentious. My wife and I went there in October, and I very much enjoyed it, and that was really close to the ballpark. So I would that would be a place that I would throw my hat into the ring with. But you're right, there's a lot of places around there.
Small Cheval is in proximity to Wrigley Field. Where are you, darling? Oh, yeah, it's right behind the Cubs. It's in the Cubs office building, right there on the corner of Clark and Waveland Avenue. And that's a good little area too. That little courtyard that they've built in front of the Cubs office building, and it's got the statues and it's got the green space.
Yeah,
that's a cool place to hang out. And actually, there's a little place in there. If you can find a little table outside of it's a nice enough day. There's a little convenience store inside of the Cubs office building that sells beer, and you can carry it out.
Oh,
so you can get your big old cans of Old Style and just sit on the.
Is that an open container state? I didn't know that.
Well, it is. It is if you're inside of the.
Okay.
Because they've got like little outdoor seating right outside the convenience store.
Nice.
So that's good too. But there's a lot of great bars around there. Just a ton of great bars. But definitely check out Murphy's if you're looking for good souvenirs. Go to Sports World right across the street from the main marquee. That's where I always get my stuff at Sports World. So,
by the way, John, an update: 8-5, 8-5 for the Creighton Blue Jays.
Ben North with a 2-run double, and the Jays are still batting in the 7th with an 8-5 lead. These teams have not scored since the 4th inning. Connor's got a wild one today, folks, over on 1180 The Zone. All right, coming up next, we're going to continue our conversation on the NBA Conference Finals. John Metler of Covers.com joins us next on 1620 The Zone. Last night, the Oklahoma City Thunder laid it on the Minnesota Timberwolves and have taken a 1-0 lead in the Western Conference Finals. We get game 1 in the East tonight. So let's catch up with our NBA guy from Covers.com, John Metler, joining us here on the program. John, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. That was Timberwolves started with the lead there, and then the Thunder, same thing as like Game 7 against the Nuggets. It's like once they started making shots, they just pulled away from them. So 1-0 there. I'm excited for both. I think both are going to be really good series. I think the matchups are awesome here.
How big a shot was it across the bow by Oklahoma City's defense last night in Game 1?
Yeah, I think that's what really stands out. I know people have kind of been talking about like, their depth, and is the depth even that important in a run, because it really comes down to your 5 best guys. But when I watch their depth and the defense, I think what stands out to me is they don't care if they foul, because it doesn't matter if someone's in foul trouble. Like if Alex Caruso gives, if he has 6, bring in Cason Wallace and we can put him on Anthony Edwards, or we have Lou Dort, and like even on the front court, right? It's Isaiah Hartenstein, it's Chet Holmgren. We can contest everything. We can be physical. So many NBA teams, it's like, hey, we have 1 or 2 good defenders. They're in foul trouble. They're just out of the game, and we don't have another guy to guard the best player on the other team. That's not the Thunder. I think that's where the depth piece just continues to show up. You saw it in the Nuggets in the Game 7 there. They were just harassing everyone. I think people were complaining that they're hand checking too much, but they can get away with it because they don't care if they get called. That's what I keep seeing.
Yeah, the live ball turnovers last night, John, were pretty incredible in that Oklahoma City going to that point. 13 steals. I mean, it's one thing to have the number of turnovers that the Timberwolves had, but to get that many where it's essentially leading directly to points, that's how they had that run in Game 7 on Sunday, and it allowed for them to really push that lead last night. Like, what does Minnesota do to kind of counteract how they are going to play? Because you said it, they're not really worried about fouling you.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised how much they had Nickeil Alexander-Walker handling the ball at the point guard position. He's not like a true point guard, and then you're putting him against like Alex Caruso and all these guys who have active hands. So I was kind of shocked that Mike Conley didn't have a bigger role in the game, and maybe that's someone they go to. They're also, I think Mike Conley's, they're giving up a ton of corner threes. That was obviously a strategy they're using against the Timberwolves, and I think Mike Conley's a half decent like corner, specifically in the corner 3-point shooter. So I know Nickeil Alexander-Walker, like it's SGA's cousin. He's guarded him since he was, growing up his whole life, Team Canada, all those things. So he's very familiar with SGA. He's probably a really good primary defender to put on him. But on the flip side, on the offensive end, I just felt like he was being really pressured. And those live ball turnovers, people are like, oh, the Timberwolves will be fine if they don't turn the ball over. Well, that's easier said than done. That's literally who the Thunder are. So that leads to so many easy buckets and so many easy possessions. And it's hard to score in the half court. So it kind of takes pressure off their offense that way.
John Metler, Covers.com, as we cover the NBA playoffs. There were a couple other statistical notes last night that I think were pretty concerning for Minnesota. Number one, SGA and Jalen Williams went 4 for 21 in the first half, and yet they still ended up losing by double digits. The other part of it was a team in Minnesota that had been scoring very well points in the paint, been averaging over 50 points in the paint, only had 20 points in the paint last night. How much of a concern is that moving forward, knowing that Oklahoma City, like you said, they will foul and they don't care, but Minnesota needs those paint points, and if they can't open it up with their outside shooting, where are they going to score?
I think you kind of started to see, so it was kind of a weird setup for this because they played 4 games the regular season, and 3 of those, there was a bunch of guys missing, and then you saw the Timberwolves go to rotations that kind of helped, like Jalen Clark got minutes, and he was a big part of those wins the Timberwolves had in the regular season. Rudy Gobert missed 3 games against the Thunder in the regular season, and I think the Timberwolves won 2 of those. And you saw rotations where Jaden McDaniels was kind of playing the 5, and they were using him as a screener. And that, to me, like in the regular season, that was causing the most problems for the Thunder with his more like speed and ability to roll and then kind of get in the lane and finish. So you saw the second half, Gobert kind of get faded with his minutes. And I feel like they might continue that trend. I don't know if he's the guy who can he can set the screen, but can he roll and finish against the Thunder on the interior? I think going smaller, Jaden McDaniels or even Julius Randle at the 5 kind of goes smaller. I think that's kind of how they counter. I mean, the Thunder also went smaller to match it. So maybe it's better to just get Hartenstein and Holmgren out of the game. I mean, they only combined for 44 minutes. That was kind of shocking to me for Hartenstein and Holmgren. So maybe just get them out of the game and go smaller and play that way. There was definitely some concerning stats for the Wolves last night.
John, when we spoke to you, a few weeks ago now, I remember you being really high on the Thunder. I'm curious, kind of a big picture question for you, given what we have seen through the first 2 rounds and that it took 7 games against the Nuggets. Like, has your view on them changed at all in terms of the championship prospects? Or, I mean, now there's 7 wins away from a championship, even though maybe it took a little longer in round 2. Is this, pretty much what you expected so far?
I think that's just a nod to Nikola Jokic that he's probably the best player in the world. And I think it's really difficult to eliminate him in any capacity. I mean, you had Aaron Gordon with the hamstring, you had Michael Porter Jr. with the shoulder, and they still took him to 7 games. So, and they had 3 bigs to throw at him and foul him and bump him around. And they still took him 7 games. So I think that's more just Jokic than the Thunder. Now, when you go through this, I think if they knock out the Wolves, I think whoever they face from the Eastern Conference, I don't know how competitive that series will be, because they have, both those offenses, it flows through Tyrese Haliburton, it flows through Jalen Brunson, and they have not one, but multiple defenders that they can throw at them. And if they start disrupting that part of your offense, where is the offense coming from for those teams? So I'd be I think if the Thunder take out the Wolves, I think they're your NBA Finals champs, to be honest.
John Metler from Covers.com. So the lightest number I saw in the series was plus 475 for the Timberwolves. Where does that number have to go before you start seeing maybe some buyback into Minnesota?
Yeah, the series. I was also looking at the NBA Finals, because I'm saying I think the Thunder will win. But if the Wolves take out the Thunder, I think the Wolves also beat the 2 teams from the Eastern Conference here. So I think the Wolves and the Thunder both have really strong matchups for who they're going to face from the East. The Celtics and the Cavs being knocked out, that was huge for them, because same as the Thunder do, the Wolves have the perimeter defenders. They have Nickeil Alexander-Walker. They have Jay McDaniels. They have guys who they can also throw at Tyrese Haliburton and Jalen Brunson. So I feel like the interesting part for the Wolves is you're nervous they won't beat the Thunder, but if they beat the Thunder, they also will probably win the whole thing. So that's kind of the interesting part from the futures market. I know they're trading about 10-1 to win the NBA Finals. If you think they can come back against the Thunder, it's not a bad price, because I feel like they'll also beat the Eastern Conference teams.
John, let's move over to the East, because the teams that obviously are here now were huge underdogs going into round 2, and they were able to knock off the defending champs. Of course, the Knicks were, and then the Pacers knocked off the team with the best record in the Eastern Conference. Which of these two are you more surprised got to this round?
Probably the Knicks. I mean, I know Jason Tatum went out, but Jason Tatum went out. It was 3-1 when he went out. So they were up 3-1 when that happened. Did the Celtics come back if he's playing? Maybe. The thing that didn't necessarily shock me with the Pacers Cavs was I don't think the Cavs, they don't necessarily the bulk of their defense or their strength of it is that interior of Evan Mobley, Jared Allen, and they didn't really have a defender to throw at Haliburton. And then they kind of offset that lack of perimeter defense by really good offense with Garland and Mitchell, but then Garland was hurt. So we don't really have a defender for Haliburton, but then we also don't have Garland to kind of push our offense better than their offense. So I feel like the Pacers had really good matchups against the Cavs, especially, the Cavs, it's a tough scenario for the Cavs, because I don't even think they know where they stand moving forward, because are they a legit contender? Was it just injuries? You didn't really get to see it. I'm convinced, I don't think Garland and Mobley and even DeAndre Hunter, who all came back in game 3, I don't think they were healthy. They were down 0-2 and they're none of them could play game 2. And then all of a sudden it's everyone can play game 3. So I think that was just they're down 0-2. Definitely the Knicks shocked me. I didn't think the Knicks would beat the Celtics. The Celtics didn't shoot it well either. And I guess that's the live and die by the 3, right? If you're only going to shoot 20% game 1, game 2, you're going to have problems winning. So the Knicks shocked me the most there.
John Metler from Covers.com. John, we were having a conversation yesterday. There was debate on who's the best player remaining in the playoffs. And certainly SGA is going to be right there in that conversation when the MVP award is announced later this week. But could an argument be made, if you take the best player off any of these 4 teams' rosters, the team that would be most negatively affected would be the Knicks if Jalen Brunson wasn't there?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think so. Jalen Brunson that guy is talk about 3-level scoring, the footwork and the paint, and then the mid-range game, then the 3-pointers, and he sets up his teams, and he makes, he won NBA Clutch Player of the Year on top of making clutch shots for them when they really need it. He makes tough shots every single game. Some of the shots you watch him hit, and you're like, first of all, how do you get that off? And then how did he make it? And those kill runs in basketball, right? Your team's reeling and you need a bucket from your superstar. And he's just give me the ball And watch me hit this fadeaway. It's not a good shot, but it's going to be cash. And like, I think he has hit so many big shots for them. And, those games where they did beat the Celtics, it was like Jalen Brunson always seemed to like push them over the hump, when they were, it was tiles and he hits a 3 and then they take the lead. So I think it's the clutch. I think it's the ability to make tough shots, especially this far into the NBA playoffs, because nothing's going to be easy. It really stands out.
So, John, how do you handicap this series? As you mentioned, the Knicks perhaps more surprising because of the opponent that they had to go through. We saw this matchup last year in the semifinals, and the Pacers were able to get the victory. The Knicks are going to have home court advantage, and unlike last year, relatively healthy at this point in time. What are you seeing over the course of the next week and a half or so?
I like the Knicks this time around. I think, like you said, they're healthy, right? OG Anunoby had the hamstring. Brunson turned his ankle last year. I think what really stands out to me is last year they didn't really know how to guard Tyrese Halliburton. And it was, like we said, like Halliburton, more than probably any offense in the NBA, Halliburton completely controls this Pacers offense. And when you're doing it last year, you don't want to put Brunson on him. He's not the best defender. And then they were kind of using Dante DiVincenzo, and that's not even DiVincenzo's role either. I think the addition of Mikal Bridges, this is where it like really stands out, because this is where, we have a defender for Halliburton. And then last year, they were also kind of trying to use Anunoby, but Anunoby's more of a big like wing defender. So I think it's more natural for him to guard Siakam. So I feel like the matchups line up a lot better for them this time around. You also have Cat. Cat's not the best rim protector defender, but Miles Turner is more just a pick and pop guy. So he's not really going to put that pressure on him. So I think the matchups line up a lot better for the Knicks this time. I think the Knicks win. It'll be a good series though, probably like 6 or 7, but I like the Knicks.
Individually looking at tonight, are there any props that might be an inviting bet on game 1?
Oh, there's definitely an inviting bet for props. My favorite one, I'm going to go Josh Hart over 12.5 points. That's the one I bet. I think this series really speaks to him from a matchups, from like how the game will be played. He's someone who in transition, he just gets out and runs and he scores buckets, and he's one of the best players playing in transition. And against the Pacers, that's the game. Like, they want to play fast. They're going to get out and run. He's really good as a cutter and just kind of working off of his other players. And like Andrew Nembhard and Aaron Nesmith are both good defenders. They're going to be on Brunson and Mikal Bridges, and they're going to be able to cut them off. And I just think Hart's going to be able to work off them as a cutter. And Hart should also probably line up with Tyrese. They're going to try to hide Tyrese Halliburton on him. So you should see Hart get a little more usage out of that, because you want to make Halliburton guard. So at 12.5, I'm going to take the over for Josh Hart there on his points. And
then is there any lean for the game tomorrow night, game 2 in the West?
I took the Thunder yesterday at 6.5. I think last night opened about 7.5. A little more cautious, I think, this time. I felt pretty good about the game 1. I felt like they were kind of getting a discount there, because I feel like there's the narrative of, they played game 7, the other team was off for 6 days, and I thought you're getting a little bit of discount there with the Thunder. I'm a little nervous for I think they'll win, but in terms of like covering like a 7.5, 8.5, the Wolves had 53-point shots. They didn't make many of them, so there's opportunity there. Obviously, they'll be a little more desperate. I think probably slight lean to the Thunder. I think the Thunder should probably be about like that 9.5 point favorite. So slight lean to the Thunder, but a little more cautious here with game 2.
John Metler, covers.com. John, appreciate the time. Thanks a lot. Enjoy the game tonight.
All right. Good luck with your bets. Enjoy the games.
Thank you,
John Metler of covers.com. This is one of the most random rivalries that exists in professional sports, the Knicks and the Pacers. There's nothing regional about it, but they've had such great series in the past, going back 20, 25, 30 years. And we'll see how spicy it gets tonight, but should be a good one. We will be back and have more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct. We've got dumb debates still ahead on 1620 The Zone.
be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
Listen, listen not to we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton? Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
It's time for Dumb Debates, that time of the week where you get to choose the direction of the Grum by sending us your debates any place, anywhere, anytime. You could be sitting on the can in the middle of the night because you had a bad bout with Taco Bell.
Why would you go to a can instead of the toilet like a normal person?
Or maybe it was something you discussed over dinner, or maybe it was something, you were out with the buddies, you're out drinking beers, maybe you were sitting around on a campfire. It could happen anywhere. Dumb debates happen anywhere, and anytime you run into one, you say, you know what, that would be great for the Grum, jot it down, send it to us. JTech Construction's own Twitter page, at USC1620, Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. Don't send him to Nick at 1620thezone.com because he'll make some stupid joke about the can and all this other stuff. But anyway, send them to us. And, even if we don't get to yours that week, I got a complete archive. We'll try to get through some of the archived ones today. I did want to mention this before we get into dumb debates.
Yeah.
So you made a comment earlier about something that Matt Rule had said on a recent Husker Online interview about let's expand the playoff to 40, and he was actually joking, blah, blah, blah. Well, apparently some people are reading a little bit more into that. And
I'd say.
And we're going to try to effort. Let's see if we can try to effort to get Ari Wasserman on the Grum tomorrow.
Yeah, because he was spicy.
He was very spicy against old Matty Rule.
Gonna see what I can do.
All right, Nick. We
put
believe
the pressure
in you.
on.
We also have Nate Rohr coming on the show tomorrow, too.
Nate Rohr will join us tomorrow as we get ready for Nebraska baseball. By the way,
softball.
Nebraska softball. Jeez.
We will be getting ready for Nebraska baseball, but they're not playing till Friday.
They're not playing till Friday.
Yeah.
Update on Creighton baseball.
Yeah.
Jay's up 9-5, bottom of the eighth, so 3 outs away from getting an opening day win. 3 outs
Nick,
away.
Can we effort from Josh Odson to get the final call?
Oh.
Can we effort for that at least?
For today?
For today, yes. Yes, okay. We'll see if we get the final call. James writes, if you were a time traveler, would you go back in time to give your younger self advice, or would you travel to the future and let your future self give you advice? Great question.
It is a good question. So I'm hesitant because if I go to the past and I give past me advice,
You could be very different.
I could be completely different.
Do you like how your life has ended up to this point? It's okay enough.
I like where I'm at right now, and I'm only where I'm at right now because of the trials of
You like who's in charge of the country. You like everything, but you would change nothing about this moment in time.
Well, no, but I can't change who the president is if I go back to 20.
What if you
last year? Hey, vote for the person that you voted. You're going to vote for anyway.
I mean, I was going to maybe say other advice, but yes, that's probably the safest way to say it on the radio.
I just feel like it's like the butterfly effect thing. Like even like a small thing, like, hey, don't go to dinner tonight.
It could change everything.
Eat ramen
You could be on the
instead.
keg.
I could still be on the keg.
What if you go back and you're like, don't root for the Rockies and you're a fan of a good team? Maybe you're actually happier.
I don't know.
Maybe you could go back in time, let's say, I don't know, maybe a month or so, and say, hey, dumbass, don't put the stupid yard bag in the middle of the freaking yard when you're backing up with the hose, you dumbass.
So, John, would you go back in time to a month ago?
That's a possible example.
But even then, we've come up with different innovations on the Grum because of that.
That's true. I would not go.
Wait a minute. Are you saying this is a good thing?
I'm saying that we do things now because we had to work around your broken wrist.
What have we done?
The way we do
I don't
some
want
of our
my arm to be a
interviews now.
sacrifice for your
Oh,
technological experiments, the same technological experiments
we
that
could've
don't
done
allow
that.
us to bring Connor Happer up anytime we want to.
World War I was a bad thing, but it's still advanced technology, John.
Well, how
You're
about
comparing
this?
my broken arm to World War I?
How about this from Sam? It would be disappointing having your ultra successful future self give you advice and then you reach 2050 and you butterflied yourself into failure.
That's what it is. It's paranoid of the butterfly effect.
But your future self coming to talk to you now could also butterfly some things.
Unless it's a final destination situation and fate just kind of forces you to do it no matter what.
I don't want to talk to future self.
Are we locked into it's because perfect advice would be
don't put the yard bag in the grass.
But other perfect advice would be, hey, here's all the sporting results from the month of May.
Nice. I figured it was more about
go to Harris or go to Horseshoe and go bet on.
I figure it's more about paths taken. Like, hey, you're gonna reach some this job opportunity or whatever. Don't do it.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, what job opportunity
See, the only reason you would want to do that is if there was something about your life you were totally dissatisfied with.
Yeah.
Because remember, even if you gave yourself the advice and you changed what other
things does
in
it
the
change?
course of your life that may be good things that you like
Sure.
would also be changed based on that advice.
Yeah, like look at this from Strigori. Obviously, a funny. Josh could travel back and not be a Cowboys fan. So let's say that actually happens. That would affect so many things in my life that I just don't even think about. Maybe I'm on the radio and I'm an obnoxious Chiefs fan.
You might
and
listen to
our
good podcasts.
Maybe, Nick. And our audience revolts against me because my personality with a 3-time Super Bowl champ would actually make me somehow more insufferable. That's a scary proposition. So it's probably good that I'm a sad sack loser sports fan.
Or you could have ended up on the morning show and you and Gary could be Chiefs pilled.
We could be the Chiefs bros every single day with Cowboys loser Jimmy. And I'm like, haha, your team sucks, Jimmy. I can't imagine being a Cowboys fan.
What if future you showed up and it's like, hey, good news, time travel's real. Bad news, learn how to use a spear or something because everything collapsed.
That would be a bummer.
Yeah.
But if you have to choose one or the other, I'll have future self because I don't want to affect anything that I've already done. I would rather affect things that I personally have not lived through yet.
I guess if future, it kind of depends on, like, if future me's kind of like a loser,
well,
then he'd be like, listen, you don't want to end up like this. I'm like, you're right, future me. Tell me what. But if it's like, if I'm like cool and successful and have a Ferrari and get to go to Formula One
You're
races,
definitely not doing any of those things.
I'd be like, I will continue doing what I'm doing.
So you right now, you go back in time and you talk to 14-year-old Nick. Do you think he thinks you're a loser?
No. I think he's confused.
Yeah. I was just asking, I wasn't trying to be mean.
I think he's confused, like, oh, cool, you still like music. And then I could tell him about all the cool music. But then I tell him.
You produce a sports radio show.
Yeah, I tell him what my job is. And he's like, what?
Probably really confused.
You don't care about sports. You actively hate sports.
Meanwhile, your 14-year-old self is going, "Wow, you a widow without a kid talking about music." Yeah.
Headley says, "Why is Nick talking to teenage boys?" Yeah, Nick, this is kind of icky. Nick, stop talking to teenage boys.
Is it weird if you're talking to teenage you?
Dumb debates.
Could be.
Mm-hmm.
Jeffy Smack.
Hello, Jeff.
Is it now okay
Mr.
to curse? Is it now okay to curse at college athletes when they screw up since they make millions of dollars?
Why are people so obsessed with this? B, I've been cursing at college kids for years. This should not affect anything. If you want to call somebody an effing moron, please call them that. This is something that I have never understood. I have always been someone, if I see a dumb play by a college athlete, you know what I'd say? What an idiot. That play was stupid by said college athlete. I don't care.
I do think some people have taken it way too far, though.
They hate people who have money.
Like, you talk to former players And they said, yeah, a lot of the things that fans would say was a bit too much sometimes, and it affects the mental health awareness month.
Yeah, it is mental health awareness month. Go to 1620thezone.com.
I've always maintained that as a fan, as a paying customer, you have the right to boo.
Correct.
You have the right to boo.
Don't care about I guess I don't boo high school
I don't
kids.
like
That's
the idea.
weird.
I don't like the idea, especially if you're sitting in a section where you got a lot of kids and stuff where you're
curse words,
using foul language. But if you don't like something you see, you have a right to boo.
Yeah.
It always bugged me when people said there should never be booing in Memorial Stadium. No, of course there shouldn't. No, you paid that money, and now you're paying more money than you ever did before.
Yeah, show your displeasure in any way you want.
Do you think the people that said that, though, only cared if you booed Nebraska, though? I bet they're fine if you booed the other team.
Absolutely they are. Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, if somebody wants to call into Big Red Overreaction on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg this fall, and they want to say F, well, don't say that. That's bad.
Please
We'll have
don't
to drop
say
you.
that.
But if they say, man, player X made a huge mistake, that guy's an idiot. I have no issue with that. It does not bother me whatsoever. The only territory, I wouldn't do that about a minor, and I know that some college football players are minors, but like if you were doing one of the high school shows in Texas and you did that, like I'd say you're a loser. But if you want to call a quarterback who made a mistake like bad, like why would that? I don't understand why that bothers people. But yeah, if I guess if it makes you happy,
it's the whole notion of you shouldn't boo the kids.
Yeah, well now they're making money. If that's the
and
reason,
they're not really kids anymore. They're young adults.
If you can go fight for our country, you can get booed.
Yeah,
that's what I feel.
But you can't drink.
John, I saw this. This is totally off the wall.
Yeah.
This is from the Abby C, who is a Dallas Stars fan. And we can just take this.
There's a random fandom.
I know. Let's apply this to any team. It doesn't have to just be Dallas related. But I saw this question. POV, which means point of view.
Point of view.
You can work in an NHL arena, but you can't be a hockey player. You can choose from these: announcer, DJ, general manager, Zamboni driver, statistician, penalty box attendant, organ player, mascot, play-by-play, social media, equipment manager, referee. She already said commentator. What are you choosing and why?
Zamboni driver.
Man, that is the fun one, isn't it? Do we assume that if you're doing any of these, you're good at that job?
I would be the best Zamboni driver in the world.
If I am good at the thing, I will be the organ player. That sounds
I don't think
awesome.
you can. I don't think you can
Beatles songs.
I don't think you can assume that. You can't assume that. Otherwise, it's too easy. You take the job that pays the most. I think it should be based on what you think you could do.
Well, I mean, I don't know hockey, but I could be a GM and make a few bucks for a day. I'll be a GM then, John. I'll sit up in the nice box. I'll have my catered affair food. I'll be chilling there, and I'll be like, you made a mistake, you absolute imbecile moron. And I'm allowed to say that because I pay you.
I mean, the easy one is the announcer, because I've done that before. I mean, I've not called hockey before, but I could learn really fast.
I'm still 100% picking Zamboni driver.
Yeah.
Not only is Zamboni fun to say, but how many people in the world can drive a Zamboni?
I don't know.
By the way, we have not talked enough
about
Zambonis, how hockey announcers, the guys on TV, are so good at announcing the goal.
They are incredible.
Half the time I'm watching, unless it's really obvious, but there are times where the puck goes in the net, but you can't tell because, you got a scrum in front of the net, or, the goalie is down in a butterfly position and just ekes through. How they are so good and quick. I mean, half the time I'm like, they're yelling goal, and I'm like, I don't see there's the puck. It's in the back of the net. I mean, it's amazing how these guys are able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I know some of them probably, because obviously there's the judge behind the net who hits the siren thing. So, I mean, you can see that.
Reinhold?
No. But it's incredible. Hockey announcers are about, and hockey's such a different sport too, because most of the time people on television do a television call. But in hockey,
they're calling it like it's the radio.
A lot of times they call it like it's on the radio.
Crazy.
I appreciate that.
Because because I think they're helping the viewer. Hey, here's where the puck's going. Here's where it's at. Who's got it? And, there's so many line changes because it's such a unique sport in which substitutions are happening while the game is going on. There's no dead ball in hockey. Well, I mean, there can be when the puck goes out of bounds or there's some kind of a stoppage of play, but a lot of times the substitutions happen while the game is going on. And
I don't know how they do
motion.
it. They're incredible announcers.
They're very good.
Hockey announcers are maybe the best announcers.
Goated.
Very good. By the way, the Jays added on another run. It's 10-5 going to the ninth inning.
This final call ready, Nick. Have you texted Odson?
I have.
Awesome.
Mine.
Yeah.
What's the worst minor inconvenience? Mine is like if you're at work or you're out somewhere and you notice you have a hangnail and you can't do anything about it.
Can't just.
Well, because sometimes
What
it's
is that?
weird,
Is
like,
the hangnail the actual nail part? Or is that like the little skin?
I guess I've taken it as like the little skin.
Yeah. Just bite it off and spit
See,
it out.
and I've tried to bite it off before, but I got an infection from doing that once.
Do
and
you
also
bite and tear?
Sometimes it just
tear,
tears.
Nick. You just gotta nip it off. Ouch.
I can't do that.
I hate hangnails. Why do they call them hangnails? Not to step on your question. Why do they call them
I don't
hangnails
know.
when it's skin? It should be called
I don't know.
skin.
I guess I don't know if the hangnail is the skin or if
I
it's
think
just
it
like,
is. I think it is.
like that tough piece of skin. Have you had that, or is
Yeah.
that also
Yeah.
just the nail?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Minor inconvenience.
I mean, I could tell you about an inconvenience. I could tell you
That's
about a lot
not minor,
of
John.
inconvenience. I could tell you about a lot of
John,
inconvenience.
you had
like today
surgery.
folding the t-shirts. What a pain in the. First of all, I'm not good at folding things anyway, but now try to do it with 1.1 hands.
1.21 gigawatts.
Just get one of
Yeah,
those
I
department
need the
store
1.21
folder things.
gigawatts.
Have you
Do
seen
what?
those? It's
No
like
what?
it's like a department store folder. We actually have one here. They use it to fold our shirts. But you put the
Do we
shirt.
really?
Yeah, you lay the shirt down and
And
then
it does it
you just
perfectly.
doop, doop, doop.
Sam writes,
Sure.
bad weather for patio beers. That sucks. When you're like, let's go, patio time. And then it's chilly.
Oh, that's true. Like a little too chilly.
I got one for you. It's when you sit down and you're finally ready to relax. And then either you remember you forgot to do something or you are asked to do something. And it's like, but the game is on and I just got comfortable.
Oh, and then you're never gonna get that comfortable level back again either.
'Cause you're
Like you're gonna
doing stuff.
You're gonna sit down again, and it's not gonna feel the same as it did.
Yeah.
Before.
Or
know
you,
what,
just sit down and then the dog all of a sudden decides, nope,
Yes.
now it's my turn to go outside.
Man, I will say this. The lack of inconvenience of not living in an apartment anymore with a dog is just glorious. Plus, he's happy. He just walks around, he sniffs, he lays in the grass. I'm so happy for me and for Banks. His new life, he is living it right now.
Good job, Banks.
Shout out to you, Mr. Banks. But yeah, man, I want to be comfy, and then I'm like, oh, I got to do something. Yeah, that sucks.
It does suck.
I haven't had one from our good friend Star Wars Fiend, a.k.a. Jar Jar.
What up?
Would you rather live in a world run by elected teenagers?
Oh my gosh.
Or a world run by one well-educated adult randomly chosen once every 10 years?
Say what? Describe
So,
the adult again.
It's a well-educated adult randomly chosen once every 10 years. So you don't get to choose the adult. The adult is chosen.
And they are well educated.
It says well-educated.
I mean, you can have well-educated people that are also either bad or jerks or
Yes.
Yeah.
Many of them are in the halls of Congress and other political
but
institutions.
teenagers,
They would make, is it like a group of teenagers, like a council?
I would assume every position you're voting for is teenagers. So your city council, your legislature, your Congress, your
amazing
president.
question.
That
Give
is
me
a
the
good
adult.
question.
I will take the adult.
Teenagers are idiots.
I'll take the adult
Yeah.
too.
I was a teenager.
Dude, I was such an insufferable teenager.
Yeah, you've changed a lot.
Actually,
You
that's
have
the
changed.
thing.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way I could trust
Nobody
elected
wants
teenagers.
Nobody wants kids in charge.
After I go back in time to tell 14-year-old Nick what my job is now, I'm going to smack him across the head once too, just for being a dumbass.
Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want that. Peter, what's the
Peter,
threshold
Pumpkin Eater.
for total drive time for a road trip before you decide to fly instead? I can tell you because I can tell you exactly how far I will go and not a second further. Indianapolis. How far away is Indy, John? Like
About 10 and a half hours.
that's the answer. I would
think.
never drive further than Indy.
That is good. That's a good baseline.
Thank you, Nick.
I think that my current one is like Denver, maybe a little farther west than Denver,
And that's
but
8 or
Actually,
9.
I correction.
What is
9
it?
hours.
Oh,
For some
okay.
reason, I thought it was always 10. 9
Me too.
hours
Well,
and
you know
6
why?
minutes.
It feels like it's 10, John, because you lose the hour.
yeah.
You get to there, and suddenly it goes from 10 to 11.
Now, if it's like a one-time thing, like I'm going to road trip to Oregon.
Yes, I would do that once, but
Yes.
like a true, like, I got to go this place. Yeah.
About 8 to 9 hours is the hard limit.
That is my max.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is my max. Is that the same for you, John?
I mean, yeah.
I need more than that, man. Like, you hear the stories. I mean, my brother has done it. Both of my brothers, where they're like having to stay at hotels and then drive another 8 hours. It's like, oh my gosh, that sounds horrible.
Yeah, it's not good.
My mom
gets numb.
My mom isn't super big on flying, so the last couple times we've gone to Florida to go visit the family, it's been driving. Driving from back home, Manning, Iowa, to Pensacola, Florida, kind of sucks.
Yeah,
I hate that. That
sounds
about
terrible.
19 hours.
Yeah, the longest I did a bus ride one time that took a day, and it was a big bus. It was a football team, and it was, it's not comfortable. It's pretty miserable. What's the longest you've ever driven solo with no one else in the car? It's just you. I drove from Champaign, Illinois to Kansas City one time. I was doing BTN work, and then I did Westwood One work the next day.
By myself, it would be Chicago.
So 8 hours or so?
Yeah, by myself.
Oh, wait, you know what? Never mind. You're right. Yeah, I did. I've driven from here to Chicago before.
I think the farthest by myself is just honestly across to Iowa, like here, like
Like
Omaha
Iowa City?
to Clinton.
Which always feels like it takes forever.
It does, man. Iowa City's 4 hours away.
Which I can only imagine what people think about driving across Nebraska, which is a bigger state east to west and doesn't have the world's largest truck stop.
And if you're on I-80, the numbers count down. So it really does show you how far away you are. You hit the 420 exit, it's like, 420 miles to go.
Plus, at some point in eastern Iowa, you get some scenery.
Do you?
Yes.
Well, I will say this. There is more scenery in Iowa than there is west of, like, North Platte.
Unless you're in the Panhandle, which is beautiful. I love the
Panhandle.
Panhandle.
It is. But if you're in the Panhandle, it means you're going up through Wyoming.
Oh my gosh, sad Husker fan. I did 26 hours from Phoenix to Cincinnati alone in 2 days. Gross.
That does not sound like fun.
So you don't think you could ever be like a truck driver?
No. That is not the job for me. Plus, sitting on my butt that long.
But you can listen to pods the whole time.
See, I would be really good at listening to pods. Ian says, I drive.
You would actually run. I think you would run out of pods.
I'd have to get into. I'd probably have to start listening to hardcore history or something like that.
I'd probably
just listen to books.
You'd listen to a lot of sports.
I'd listen to games.
You might have to listen to music.
You'd start listening to whatever podcast Theo listens to.
No.
Start getting opinions like he does.
Oh boy, are those some weird pods.
Ian says, I drive from Omaha to Lancaster, PA every couple of years. That is 18 to 20 hours. Whoa. That's a lot. See, here's Theo. And he takes on Whitlock and RG3 versus Clark. Nope.
No.
Not for me. Not for me. I have no idea what's even happening, and I'm going to stay that way. I know it's about Caitlin Clark, kind of, I think. Maybe. Angel Reese. John, do you know about this? You know what's going on? What kind of streets are you on the internet?
No.
These
It's
days?
not. It has nothing to do with Whitlock. No, apparently, it's not even worth mentioning.
Good. Thank you.
It's
Severe.
not even worth mentioning.
Severe says, I really enjoy our drives to New Orleans. Audible is great. Yeah, I'd listen to a ton of them.
We know Michael loves the drives. It's not for me.
I do love listening to people talk.
How long? So I've been watching Walking Dead lately.
Yes, sadly.
How long do you think you could survive in a zombie apocalypse situation? Do you think you'd be out like right away? Do you think you could make it a year?
Well, I can run, but the issue is I don't know how to do anything. I can't build things. I don't know how to start a fire. So I feel like I wouldn't last very long.
No?
Yeah, for me, it'd be like 5 minutes because I'm bored of this stupid concept. I hate the idea of the zombie apocalypse. Just take me now.
Wow. You would just become a zombie?
Yeah, because if there's one genre of film or television I am not interested in, it's zombies.
I mean, at that point, it's your life. It's not a film or genre. It's just living.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I hate this bit.
Exactly. It's so boring. It's so ridiculous.
I could see John.
I just
yelling.
want out of it. I just want out of it.
John yelling at a horde of zombies as they eat him while he's just giving takes the whole time.
That'd be awesome.
I could do a few
Your
things.
movies are boring.
Movies are boring. The Walking Dead is stupid. You're all stupid. You're literally stupid because you're mindless morons. You're stupid. You're the kind of people that run college sports.
Got 'em.
Nice. I think the key is to get out of a major populated area. And then if you can do that, then I think your chances to survive go a little higher. You just have to kind of know people and make sure that you're not going to get shot on sight. You got to watch out for looters.
The loot boys.
Mm-hmm.
Update. Nick has been working quickly today while Dumb Debates was going on. He's got Ari Wasserman for tomorrow. So we'll be able to.
We can yell at him.
We'll be able to pick apart. I will just. Here is the headline from his column from On3.
Okay.
Instead of soft comments about college football playoff reform, how about Matt Rule and others just get better?
Whoa! All right.
So it's spicy right from the jump.
Awesome. I can't wait to chat with him tomorrow.
So we'll talk to Ari tomorrow.
Nice get, Nick.
Thank
nice
you.
Nick. And it's Dumb Debates. That's it for Dumb Debates. When we come back, speaking of the idiots who run college sports. Oh, man. You see what they're cooking up. You see what they're cooking up now about the CFP. That and more as we continue. 1620 The Zone. Well, here I was hoping I could report on the end of the game, but the game won't end. St. John's won't go away. 2 on, 2 out, and 2 runs in. It's a 10-7 game.
Oh, Nick, did you jinx it by asking Otson to send us the audio once the game was over?
I will not take credit for that jinx because I was asked to do that by YouTube.
Interesting.
It's your fault.
And it's now 10-8 on a fielding error. The third error of the game. Creighton has been just giving up base runners left and right today. Walks, errors. So now the go-ahead run is at the plate and the tying run is at first base with 2 outs in the 9th. The game will not end. Hopefully it will soon. And the Jays can get back to the locker room, get back to the hotel and shake one off. So the college football playoff folks, a.k.a. the people that run college sports, a.k.a. Tony Petitti especially, it's all about conference meetings. All the conferences are having their meetings this week or next week, and they're doing all their different things. And Ralph Rousseau, friend of the program,
nice,
updated us on the movement along the playoff front. A person involved in the discussion says, quote, everyone else in the room feels like multiple AQs, automatic qualifiers for conferences, make it an invitational.
All right.
Yes, it does.
We're in agreement so far.
The Athletic spoke to 7 people involved in or briefed on the CFP Management Committee talks over the last 5 months. They spoke on condition of anonymity, blah, 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 blah. Another person said, quote, it's being held hostage.
Got a gun to its head?
I guess.
Nick, can we get
tell all your friends?
Can we get a Canva graphic of the college football playoff? It's like a 16-team bracket with a gun up to it.
The algo would hate that.
Rats. That'd be fun. You could tweet it out at least. A little deep cut for the folks on Twitter.
Basically, the idea now is it's going to be a 16-team field. I mean, they've settled on 16. And yeah, we all know about the quota bowls and the 4-4-2-2-1-1-1-1-1 nonsense that we're steadfastly against, aka the multiple automatic qualifiers.
The quotable sounds like the name of a podcast that Theo would listen to,
or something the Ringer would do. The quotables, like the rewatchables.
Yes.
But this was the thing that I saw.
And remember, John, when Ralph Rousseau joined us 2 weeks ago, he had some comment about buys and how it would work, and we were both like, no, Ralph, no.
It's a 16-team field. There's no buys.
You can't do buys in a 16-team. And they said, hold my beer, you big idiot.
Here's the paragraph. In a 16-team bracket, one alternative is to eliminate buys and play 8 first-round games over that weekend.
Oh, wait, no, I like this. That's not an alternative. That's normal.
That's normal.
That is a bracket.
When you have a 16-team playoff, that's a normal bracket. There's 8 games in the first round, then it whittles down to 4, then it whittles down to 2, then it whittles down to 1.
It's very normal. This would be the most normal. An alternative would be to be normal.
Only in the world of major college athletics where idiots like Tony Petitti are allowed to run things. Remember, this is Manfred's boy. This is what happens when you let Manfred's boy into the men's room.
Okay.
The conference room.
Okay.
That's what I meant.
Come on in here, buddy, and pull down those trousers.
That approach is highly unlikely to advance.
Come
More likely,
on! Why?
The CFP would start a week earlier on what has traditionally been Army-Navy weekend with the 4 lowest seeds playing their way into the second weekend's 6-game bracket.
What? So, wait, say that again, John. So you're going to have 4 games. You're going to have 4 games one week, or 2 games one weekend between, it'd be 13-16 and 14-15. And so then you would play into the next weekend. And do you know then, the people who are listening, how the math works? This means that the top 2 seeds don't play that weekend either. They get 2 weeks off for some godforsaken reason.
Yeah.
Why? What is happening?
Yeah. So we're actually building 2 extra weekends, right? Is that how that would work?
Yes.
We would be, because right now,
You have 3 weekends. Well, you have 4 if you count the championship. You have the first round, you have the quarters, you have the semis.
So we'd be building 2 more weekends of playoffs.
I guess never mind. It would just be 1 extra week. It would just be one extra weekend.
I don't know.
But you know what, John?
Now.
Hey, John, you know what?
I'm confused because these people don't understand simple math.
Yeah. Yeah. And that 16 is divisible by 2. Like, that's the great part about 16, Nick. You can divide it by 2 because that is what when you look at a playoff, you try to see if you can divide it by 2. And then if you divide that number by 2, does it eventually get to a number where if you divide it by 2, it equals 1? 16 divided by 2 is 8. Divided by 2 is 4. Divided by 2 is 2. Divided by 2 is 1. That's how you crown a champion. But when you start doing this dumb stuff...
Thanks for explaining math.
That's how math works. You'd get down to 1.3, and you can't have 1.3 champions.
And so you might be wondering, why are we doing this? Well, because when Petitti's folly, or you know what? We're going to call it Petitti's boner.
Nice.
We don't use that enough to talk about mistakes. When Petitti's boner came out with the 4-4-2-2-1-1-1, we all pointed out, hey, you realize that this basically makes your conference championship game irrelevant.
Boner.
Yeah. Because you're doing 4 automatic qualifiers.
Petit's pee-pee.
Boner.
And then that's when they built in these quota bowls.
Uh-huh.
So what they're trying to get through this type of a format is to have their cake and eat it too, where the conference championship game still means something because you can still get that double bye.
Yeah.
Oh, and we can still have quota bowls.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, all of this is happening
An
at the same time.
alternative is to have a normal dinner tonight, John.
Yes.
I hate these people.
Our alternative tonight is chicken and potatoes.
Yeah, exactly.
All of this is happening at the same time while college sports people are whining that the NFL is impeding on their turf.
Yeah.
So you're going to create more conflict.
They're impeding
with
on the
television networks, right?
Yeah.
Because already they're having, well, where are we going to play all these games? Well, we can't go up against the NFL.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? You're going to have no choice. You're either going to have to put these games in the middle of the week, or you're going to have to play them right straight up against the National Football League.
Or you're going to have to play them right after the season ends, a.k.a. Army-Navy.
Does this mean they're going to move Army-Navy to July like our idea was?
God, goat. That would be goated. This is just, John, I cannot imagine looking at 16. It's a big, beautiful, perfect number for playoffs and saying, how can we make this dumb? And they're like, I have an idea. 2 extra rounds for no reason. You know how they always have to explain? They had to explain last year during the season.
Mm-hmm.
For those who aren't sickos like you and me and follow this stuff all the time, like, hey, so the first round is going to be these teams. And
they over-explained it and over-explained it and over-explained it.
Sean, they're going to have to put out statements on this thing every damn week so people know what's going on.
They're going to have to make multiple Canva graphics.
Oh, God, so many Canva graphics, Nick. So many.
I'm going to borrow a line from Jeffrey Lurie from earlier today. These people are the kind of people that can mess up a wet dream. Seriously.
I know. They're ruining everything.
I mean, they had a chance. Think about it. All the playoffs that we have, the NFL playoffs, the Stanley Cup playoffs, NBA playoffs, all these playoffs, they're basically just evolved versions of the original.
Correct. It's just a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger.
College football had a chance to create something completely from scratch.
Yeah.
And look at how they have botched this.
I know. It is insane, man.
For the last 20 years.
It is insane.
I mean, botched it.
Yeah.
And now they've finally done the expanded playoff that everybody wanted, and they can't figure that out. I mean, they can't figure out the most simple, basic things. They can't figure these things out. 16 teams. Oh, no, but let's have triple buys here. There's a couple buys there.
You can't triple stamp a double stamp, John. That's what they said in Dumb and Dumber. You can't triple buy a double buy, John.
I mean, it's so silly.
16 divided by 2, divided by 2, divided by 2. Champion. That gets to the end.
So absolutely silly.
Chance, men with tears in their eyes coming to the committee and Dan in there comforting them. Sir.
Oh.
Jason writes, making simple things stupid is the biggest college football tradition.
It is.
Boner.
It is.
It
yes.
is.
Petiti's
It's so
pee-pee.
antithetical to what college is supposed to represent. It's supposed to be a place of higher learning where you get smarter.
John,
and now, actually, we get dumber.
Well, you know what they say, though? College is a place to make mistakes because you're still young and stupid. So maybe this actually fits with college. Yeah, except that these people are old and in charge. John, he's like a Gen Xer. This is your generation's fault. I just want everyone to remember that. Sankey ain't a millennial.
Yeah, what the hell, John?
Tony Papipi ain't a millennial.
Papipi?
He is Gen X, I think. I'm going to guess.
Seems like
I
a
don't
Gen X
claim
thing
these.
to do.
I don't claim these
Nope.
people.
Sorry, John. He probably, like you, was
I don't
listening
claim
to
these people.
Nirvana back in the day.
I don't claim these people.
Oh, we don't have his age. Let's see.
What year was he born?
It doesn't. No.
Is he a vampire?
Nick. That's how I would figure out his age by knowing the year he was born. What are you asking?
I don't claim Manfred's boy.
He majored in economics and earned a bachelor's degree in 1983. He's a Gen Xer. He actually might be a boomer.
Late boomer?
He might be a. Yes,
He's a boomer B.
Late stage. He's a boomer with a capital B. Versus the boomers that it's spelled with an A.
Nick, do we have a final call yet?
Not yet.
I mean, we should because the game has gone final.
Well, there's a post game that happens.
He could cut it out and send it on. I guess
there's only one recording computer,
in
and we
there.
need all of that.
Golly,
it'll happen.
Hudson,
cool your jets.
Creighton 10, St. John's 8. It was a big day for Matt Sherman. He drove in 2 with 3 hits. Nolan Sailors had 3 hits. Ben North had 3 hits, 3 RBI, a couple of doubles.
And now I believe
not a great day for the pitchers. 13 walks by Creighton. Wow, I think that's a season high.
Now I believe Creighton plays again tomorrow at 5:30 on 1180 The Zone.
They will play the winner of Xavier and UConn.
Oh, Xavier.
St. John's only had 5 walks. Man, if you would have told me before the game, Creighton's going to have 13 walks, St. John's going to have 6 walks, I would have told you Creighton's losing this game.
Yeah, well, you're
multiple runs. Instead, they win by 2.
You're a hater, John.
It's not a hater. It's just the trend.
You are a hater.
Hater.
All right. When we come back, it's content time. Yeah, let's see. Content. Oh, look, another list. Oh, look, another neutral site game and another neutral site game.
What?
And we know who's going to be on Hard Knocks.
Oh, time for me to be triggered.
Well, maybe not. We'll find out in a minute. On 1620
Smiles.
Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
So, Nick, what do we have for content?
Well, boys, guess what?
What? Chicken butt.
Nice. What are you? 9? Stuart Mandel's merry band of riders pumped out another top 25 today. On Monday, it was the best teams of the 2000s. Yesterday, players. Today, coaches. Nick Saban, unsurprisingly, led the way. Can you imagine that?
What?
Crazy. Followed by Urban Meyer, Pete Carroll, Kirby Smart, and Dabo Swinney. Does that sound about right?
I'm looking forward to tomorrow's list. It'll probably be trainers, top 25 trainers. Where was Bob Stoops?
Believe he was in the 8 to 9, 10 range, somewhere in there. He was in the top 10. Now I'm going to pull it up real fast.
Because, I mean, that dude was a
number
winning
6.
machine.
Never mind. He was right outside the top 10.
Right.
10. The rest of top 10, John Stoops, Tressel, Jim Harbaugh, Mac Brown, and Chris Peterson. So each of the top 9 coaches have won at least one national championship. Ryan Day
But
was
how
at
many
11.
won them without cheating?
All of those 9, John. Actually, all 9 of them.
Sure.
All 9.
It's a good top 5. I mean, it's pretty obvious. I would put. I think. Oh shoot! I was debating on whether or not to flip flop Dabo and Kirby.
I thought about that too because I think it's easier to win at Georgia than it is at Clemson.
Even though they hadn't won a national title in 45 years.
It had been
40 years.
It had been a long time. Georgia won in 80 and Clemson won theirs in 1981. So that said, I think Georgia has been built into more of a winning machine than Clemson has, though a lot of people are really high on Clemson this next year. It was, honestly, it was nice to see Pete Carroll on the list because he's now been in the pros for so long. You don't forget that he was at USC, but that guy was awesome. And they are a program. Remove the Pete Carroll years, John, and look at their history. And suddenly you're like, wow, they're kind of an underachiever.
I agree with you. I mean, Pete Carroll deserves to be in there, but I would flip flop Pete Carroll and Bob Stoops, or slide Kirby
even though
and
Carroll
Dabo
won more
up.
titles.
But Bob Stoops was there for a lot longer.
That's true.
And won all of those Big 12 championships consecutively.
He was really good.
Today, your Creighton Blue Jays took on St. John's. Here's Connor Happer's final call.
Oh,
this will not be the explosion that they wanted a little while ago. But boy, you'd be happy to get out of it at this point. The 0-2 pitch swung on and missed. Garrett Langrel shuts the door. Better late than never. And the Creighton Blue Jays are into the winner's bracket of the Big East Baseball Tournament.
Thoughts?
Great work from Happer. Descriptive. Nice work of words there. He says words in a good way. And he was also excited. A+ from Connor Happer. Enjoy Ohio.
He didn't get electrocuted. Apparently it was it had been sprinkling. Geez. Well, it'd been sprinkling and he's outside.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I was very concerned about this for him, that he would be outside and if it started to rain, but sounded like he made it through okay.
Good
job, Happer.
Nice work, Hap.
Good work. Good job.
Yeah, you can read the next question.
The owner of the Falcons will pay the Florida Gators and Georgia Bulldogs $7.5 million each to move their annual rivalry game to Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. The move is to accommodate construction of a new stadium in Jacksonville. The series will return to Jacksonville after construction is complete.
Nice sentence.
Thank you. I wrote it myself. I'm very good at writing. Tell me again how these schools are crying poor.
Well, they shouldn't be. But I know this game has traditionally been in a neutral site, and Jacksonville is a perfect location because it's right there on the border.
The Florida-Georgia line.
But to put this in a dome, oh, God. Another dome game.
They should move it to the Swamp. Oh, wait. No, that's where the Gators play. They should move it to Tallahassee.
They should
They actually should move
swamp.
it to the swamp. They should actually play it on campus a couple of times.
Oh, okay. See, I like that this is a neutral site game. It's the tradition. John, I thought we wanted more traditions to stay in college football, not go away.
Well, the tradition is the game itself.
No, the tradition is the game is not played at a home site. Do you want the Cotton Bowl? Do you want Oklahoma, Texas to move on campus? That game, it's a tradition. Just because you don't like the rivalry or care about Jacksonville doesn't mean they should move it away from Jacksonville.
I have nothing against Jacksonville. I just don't want this in a dome in Atlanta.
Well, they're just doing it. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying in those years while they're building the stadium, do a home and home? Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah. That sounds cool to me.
Speaking of neutral site games that apparently John hates and wants to get rid of all of.
Yeah.
Next year, Notre Dame and Wisconsin will play at Lambeau Field. So I guess not everyone in the Big Ten has chicken poopitis.
This is a cool neutral site game. I think when Lambeau hosts football games that are not for the Packers, it is neat and cool. So I'm actually a fan of this. And shout out to Wisconsin for not being a bunch of babies.
Thank God.
Thank you, the Badgers.
Thank you, the Badgers.
Of course, for Notre Dame, they're like, we might pick up some easy wins.
The ACC generated $711 million for the 23-24 academic year, distributing an average of $45 million to each of its 14 full-time member schools, a record for the conference. See, guys, everything is fine.
Look at that, John. Everything is great for the ACC.
I'm so happy for them.
I am pumped for them, and it will continue to be good for them moving forward, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll go just swimmingly now that after this year, they're not going to be distributing the money equally, and there won't be any jealousies at all, and certainly no one will threaten to take their ball and go to another conference.
Nebraska baseball somehow lived to see another day. Like Matt Damon's character at the end of Saving Private Ryan, will they burn this?
They're playing Oregon. The answer, highly unlikely.
Wow. Hater much?
Oregon's very good.
Josh, it's Oregon.
Oregon is very good.
It's the Big Ten, Oregon.
Nebraska.
I'm guessing Oregon's not going to drop a gimme fly ball at the end of the game. Nebraska's going to have to be on its best behavior if they're going to beat the Ducks.
Yeah, I agree, obviously. What am I, a moron?
I'm not going to answer that.
Whoa.
Illinois football has sold out of season tickets. Josh, are you done hating on Bert Bielema and the boys?
I'm not hating on them, first of all. My hot take was just that they're not going to make the playoff. That says a lot about Illinois that it's a hot take to say they won't make the playoff. So I guess I'm not done hating then.
Is his name really Bert?
No, it's what people call him.
Okay.
His name is Brett.
Okay.
But people call him Bert. Bert. Congrats, though. That's exciting. Shout out to our great friend, Mike Wilkening, who is a Illinois grad.
Yeah, they sold them out. First time in 20 years they've sold out the public season tickets. So good on you, Illinois. Maybe you'll get to host a college game day for the first time in your program's history.
Nice.
The Buffalo Bills.
Wow.
Are on Hard Knocks this August. Are you somehow interested in this crap team and boring ass franchise?
Wow. So you really feel, Nick.
It's strange to see a team that is so well, when I say accomplished, I mean they've been a good franchise the last few years, because usually this has gone to the poor dregs, like the Giants, Cowboys.
Hey, they made the playoffs that
Chargers.
year.
I'd consider the Bills poor dregs.
You are just a hater. If they're poor dregs, what are the Dolphins?
I would say this.
Poor dregs.
It'll be just like every other Hard Knocks of recent vintage. I'll probably see the very first one and then forget that it's on and not watch the rest.
Yeah, the last time I think I watched the show was the Lions a few years ago. I'm just not in on Hard Knocks anymore. And did you see they're doing the in-season one with the NFC East?
The problem with the in-season Hard Knocks is if your team is doing really well, it's really fun to see.
That's true.
And then I didn't watch the rest of the Dolphins one because they started to tank, and I'm just like, I don't want to see this.
Yeah, if the Cowboys were good, I know that a lot of the pods that I listen to will end up talking about it and playing clips, so I would hear about it by osmosis. But otherwise, I can't believe the Giants agreed to do this. Remember the last time they did it? They traded away Saquon Barkley or released him like a bunch of morons. And everyone made fun of them because we saw the room where it happened. Yikes.
Doing that fake vomit thing earlier kind of made my tummy actually upset. I almost pulled an Odson.
Look at you, Nick. You worked yourself into a shoot, and now you're going to throw up on the radio.
I can't do gagging noises, and it turns out that it includes when I do gagging noises.
Interesting. Speaking of gagging,
who would like to explain the latest in the Bill Belichick and his lady friend saga?
So reports are out that they might be engaged.
Whoa. I did it first.
Yep, congrats. Well, we don't know. We don't know when they got engaged. So they could have been engaged. This New York Times story about this whole situation, John, it is, every time I read about them, and when I mean them, I mean Belichick in North Carolina more than the relationship. I do not think that things are going to go well, man. I do not think that things are going to go well. This whole situation, just so awkward and weird.
Yeah.
So awkward and weird.
There was a confrontation between Belichick's ex and Jordan Hudson last December at a function, a charity function.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing here?
If you want to read the details, go knock yourself out. Go find it on TMZ because they literally have the incident report.
Shouldn't you be playing Polly Pockets?
It reads like a junior high drama.
Yeah, it really does.
In terms of how catty everybody is and how juvenile everyone is, and you said this, and I don't want you here, and I don't want to see you, and it blows me away that a guy like Bill Belichick,
I know
would have anything like this, even tangentially connected to his life.
John, it makes no sense. The guy was totally about no distractions, and this whole relationship is one giant distraction.
Yeah.
Oh, and there was also she apparently was. I didn't realize that they were dating or that they were talking when he was finishing up his last year in New England, and she was wearing red pants on the sideline so he could see her. That was the part that I was like, "What?"
That's wild.
Yeah, it's pretty strange.
All right, coming up next is What's for Dinner.
1620
The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
Casserole.
Ugh, what kind of casserole? I don't even know what casserole it is.
Mid. Nobody wants no casserole.
The only casserole I make that noise to is tater tot casserole.
Yeah. What if it's all ingredients you love?
I don't want it in casserole.
What if it's
form.
chicken bacon ranch casserole?
What are you
love chicken bacon
of?
ranch.
Not afraid, John. I just think it's mid.
You can't just generalize all casserole like that. That's like saying pasta. I think pasta's mid. I think chicken is mid.
Some people think that, though. They're morons, but I'm allowed to have an opinion.
And so are people who are morons who think casserole's mid. You don't know what's in there.
Enjoy your mid-ass casserole, John.
I think less people should be allowed to have opinions.
Wow. You know who else said that, Nick?
Well, look where it got us, Josh.
Wait, you want to kill?
No, I don't want to kill anybody.
Well, how are they going to stop having opinions?
We should make it illegal. You need to have a license to have an opinion.
Thought police strikes again. This is George Orwell's 1984 all over again.
Chicken bacon ranch.
No, I think I'm going to have chicken salad sandwich tonight.
Close.
John,
chicken salad sandwich.
I knew he did it. He does, every time I don't want John's food, he does that same voice every time.
But is it?
But Jean just described a genre of
Jean
food. He
just described a genre?
Yes. He didn't say which casserole it was specifically.
Strigori is exactly accurate. Josh is afraid of foods touching.
I love foods touching. I was touching all my foods today. I was combining them into big bites.
You and Jack Mitchell are like 2 peas in a pod. You got to rename that little glove you got. Call it the lunch tray club, because I got to have my little separated little.
I'll tell him
put
this
my
tonight.
little wall up and keep my green beans out of my mashed
Build a
potatoes.
wall and make the casserole pay for it.
I'm on my own tonight, which means all reliable.
Oh, are you getting taco hell again,
I'm
Nick?
about to get Baja blasted.
You're going to have that. Remember when you almost vomited earlier?
Blasted is your colon.
I don't have a weak colon.
Not yet, Nick.
Taco Bell is fine
You're
with
still
me.
in your 20s, though. It'll
Chad
change.
Husker fan with a good point. Enchiladas are a casserole.
No, they're
Ooh, dumb debates. Are enchiladas a casserole?
Save that for next week.
Are enchiladas a
I
casserole?
mean, most people, when my wife makes enchiladas, they're made in a casserole dish. They're all next to each other with the little cheese and
but you
the
guys
sauce on top.
That is not what makes a casserole. Casserole doesn't make it.
Like, you can make chicken patties on a pizza pan, but that doesn't make the chicken patties pizza.
A casserole is a large, deep pan or bowl used for cooking a variety of dishes in the oven. It is also a category of foods cooked in such a vessel to distinct. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So enchiladas, which
can
be made in that vessel, are a casserole.
Just because it's made in a thing doesn't mean it becomes that thing that it's made in.
Look, I love my mom, and she makes great food, but I always hated when I came home and I was like, what's for dinner? And she said casserole, because it was always one specific kind, and I hated it.
What was it?
Okay.
I don't remember, but it had peas in it and carrots.
I can't believe how much you slander your mother on this show.
Don't.
You
I
say
love
your
her.
turkey sucks. You
Happy
say
Mother's
your casserole
Day.
sucks.
A week and a half later, Mom. I love you.
Oh, you're late on that, too.
I saw her on Mother's Day. I said, Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, you probably said, I hate that casserole.
She knows.
What if
I've
she
told
would
her
have
to
made it
her
for
face.
Mother's Day?
Lasagna's a casserole.
I love lasagna.
You like
And it's a casserole.